Okay, thank you.
We're live.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to this eManifest Advisory Board public meeting. The theme of this particular meeting is the road to 100% electronic manifest. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. Before we get started, I want to take a couple of minutes to go over a few administrative items. As the DFO, I serve as the liaison between the board and the agency, and I am responsible for ensuring that the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I want to extend my thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board for agreeing to serve in this meeting and to the public for attending. The eManifest Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee that provides independent peer review and advice to the agency on operational matters related to the eManifest system. It's important to note that the board only provides advice and recommendations to EPA, and that all regulatory decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The eManifest Advisory Board is composed of 9 appointed members. This includes the EPA administrator or designee to serve as the chair of the board. Our designated chair is Carolyn Hoskinson, director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. The other members include 6 representative members. These 6 representative members include 3 who represent industry users of the manifest system to track the transportation of hazardous waste under the eManifest Act. And the other 3 representative members are state representative members responsible for processing eManifest. There are 2 non-representative members of the eManifest Advisory Board. These 2 non-representative members are appointed solely for their expertise in information technology. In our case, one of those IT expert members has been appointed as a special government employee member, and the other appointed IT expert is currently a federal employee. Thus, she is our regular government employee member. These 2 expert members are speaking and providing advice on behalf of themselves as experts in their field. Excuse me. As appointed IT experts of the board, they both are subject to the applicable ethics laws. We have worked with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied for this meeting. Both IT experts have been provided the provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws, and they have both filed a confidential financial disclosure report. I, along with the appropriate agency ethics officials, have reviewed these reports to ensure that all ethics requirements are met. This meeting provides an opportunity for public comment. We do encourage interested members of the public to take advantage of participating in the oral public comment period scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please note that tomorrow morning's oral public comment period will start at approximately 10:15 a.m. If you have not made prior arrangements and you wish to make oral public comments, please let me know by sending me an email at jenkins.fred@epa.gov by no later than 2 p.m. Eastern time today, so that I can have enough time to make arrangements and provide you further instructions on how you will be providing your oral public comment tomorrow. Without having made prior arrangements, we ask you please limit your oral comments to 5 minutes. There is a public docket for this meeting. The docket number is listed on the agenda. All background materials and other related documents are available in the docket. Slides of EPA presentations that you will see in this meeting are currently available in the public docket. This entire meeting is being broadcasted over the internet. The live stream broadcast of this meeting is only available to those that have registered as a public audience attendee. Please report any technical items or problems with the live stream to me at Fred Jenkins at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. At this point, I want to introduce and extend my thanks to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, who's serving as the delegated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. Carolyn.
Thank you, Fred. Well, I'm really excited to start our meeting. We have a couple of exciting days ahead of us. As Fred said, I'm Carolyn Hoskinson. I'm the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. But for the next couple of days, I am exclusively the delegated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. So I am happy to have this meeting and look forward to what I hope will be a very vibrant engagement on this subject matter. I want to thank the advisory board members. It takes a lot of time to prepare for this meeting, to spend the next couple days with us in the meeting, and to do the work after the meeting. And so very, very grateful for all of our board members for your time. But also, as Fred said, grateful for anyone who is joining us as an audience member as well, and for all of our upcoming public commenters. So all of you, whichever of those roles you're in, is helping us navigate our way down the road to 100% electronic manifest. So thank you all for your contributions to this work. I am going to ask the board members to introduce themselves. So I think if we go to the slide that has their names on it, board members, if you would each just go in order, with Lauren starting us off first, and then just the next person down the road, introduce yourself, and we'll get the board members all introduced to the audience today. Take it away, board members.
Hi, I'm Lauren Ancona. I work at the General Services Administration, and I'm just an information technology expert member.
Hello, my name is Terry Bear. I'm the state representative. I'm here with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Hopper with the Maryland Department of Environment, and I am also a state representative.
Good morning. I'm Tevfik Kosar. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering at the University of Buffalo, and I'm an IT expert member of the board. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angie Martin with Heritage Environmental Services, and I'm an industry representative member.
Good morning. My name is Sixto Ortiz, and I am an industry representative member with Waste Management, or now WM. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Sinclair. I'm an environmental specialist with LA Metro Transit Authority. I'm a state representative member.
And good morning, I'm Jackie Velasquez. I'm an industry representative member, and I'm with NCAMP Inc.
Right. So now you have met all of our board members. Thank you, board members, for introducing yourself. And next, I have the honor of introducing my boss, the Acting Assistant Administrator for the Office of Land and Emergency Management, Barry Breen. Barry?
Carolyn, thanks so much. Let me just make sure. Carolyn and Fred, can you hear me okay? The thumbs up would be good.
Just great.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I do want to start out by thanking my colleagues, Dr. Fred Jenkins, the designated federal officer, and who for this advisory board. It's a very central role, and we appreciate all the work it means to be the DFO. And Carolyn Hoskinson, who's the director of the entire Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. So I have the pleasure of doing three things: welcoming you, thanking you, and making a set of observations. So first, welcome. It's good to be together. And the truth is, none of us has enough time to do this. And yet it's true that all of us have made the time to do it. And that's because it's important and because you are dedicated. And we appreciate that. So welcome. And that begins my thanks as well. Thank you for what you have already devoted, and thank you for what you will be devoting. I also wanted to thank members of the public for joining the meeting, and for those who will be offering comments. It's all important. So I promised you a welcome, I promised you a thanks, and now a little longer on the observations. I want to first look at some most recent observations, and then take a slightly broader view over the course of several years. So first, some most recent observations. Since this board has last met, I'm watching the agenda. Okay, thank you, I'm good. Since this board has last met, we've accomplished quite a bit, and the we is very much a team effort. There is a remarkable group of people who make this program happen. I bet if we put them up against any other team their size, in or out of government, they would stack up favorably for what they accomplish, how quickly they do it, how amazingly accurately they do it, and yet they do it with remarkably little in the way of resources. So thank you for the working of miracles that make these accomplishments happen. So let me just remind you of some things that have been accomplished. In the summer of 2021, so basically about 13 to 15 months ago, based on input from this board in the spring of 2021, we published the user fees for the government's 2022 and 2023 fiscal years. Also, we held 2 public meetings in the last fall to identify options to increase e-manifest adoption. And a number of those options will be discussed in this meeting, seeking your advice for how to narrow down those options to make progress going forward. This past spring, we published what is called in shorthand the e-manifest third rule. This proposal seeks to integrate export manifests as well as other manifest-related reporting requirements with e-manifest. Day in, day out, we've increased our direct engagement with the user community. Just in the last year, we've delivered software enhancements on average every 24 days. We've held over 50 user support calls, and we've resolved nearly 1,300 industry help tickets. We continue to work with the user community to develop software enhancements. For example, receiving facilities can now enter unregistered generators' email into the system, and using that functionality, receiving facilities have registered nearly 400 generator sites associated with 35,000 manifests. And we've enhanced state regulators' ability to communicate with waste handlers in electronic correction process. We've responded to stakeholder needs and directly engaged generators so that in the last 12 months, we've registered over 16,000 generator sites associated with about 375,000 manifests. That's a lot to report on to you on what we've accomplished since the March 2021 meeting. So basically in an 18-month period. I promised you observations both in the short term and the long term. I think I'd say in the short term, this remarkable team that runs this very essential program has accomplished a lot. In the long term, I think the point I would want to make is there's a lot of important work yet to do. We can't just stop where we are. Our goal, as we saw on the slide at the beginning, is achieving 100% electronic manifests. That's a worthy goal. It's also a very challenging goal. And so one of the hopes we have for this meeting is your help in getting that work done efficiently and effectively and for the benefit of the American public that we collectively serve. Thank you in advance for your advice and recommendations for the board members and to all the stakeholder communities who will be offering us their contributions. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Jenkins and Carolyn Hoskinson. Thanks very much.
So thank you, Barry. And I realized that when I was giving my thank yous, there was one more person that I wanted to thank that I didn't. So I'm going to make up for that now. So I wanted to publicly thank Tamu Gibson. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to constitute the board and to get all our board members arranged and approved. And Fred was away from us on a detail to another very important advisory committee, the National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And Tamu stepped in and did really fantastic work while Fred was away on detail. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to thank Tamu for all the work that you've done in getting us ready to be here today. So thank you, Tamu. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Donnelly, who's going to go over an overview of the meeting and some remembrances. Steve?
I'm not seeing Steve. Amanda.
Oh, pardon me. Technical difficulty. Sorry, there is
sorry about that.
My headphones ran out of batteries. Apologize.
All right, here he is.
Welcome to the October 22 meeting of the eManifest Advisory Board. I am Steve Donnelly. I am the eManifest Program Manager. I have been with the EPA and eManifest since 2015, and I just I'm delighted to be here. I live and breathe this stuff, and I am just thrilled that we're going to be able to present some really, I think some pretty radical proposals to change how we're doing things and move this program to the future. So just a brief run through of what we're doing here today is we're right here, we're right around the welcome and opening remarks. And for the new board and for the general public and for ourselves, we're going to run through a brief 101 of the eManifest program, as well as an update on just the general nuts and bolts on how things have been running this fee cycle, what our recent accomplishments are. However, the real meat of the presentation and where we really we want everyone to focus their time and attention is from the problem statement down on towards our potential IT and policy solutions. And it is going to be a team effort. So there will be a lot of me talking, but we also have a lot from the Permits Branch Chief, Amanda Kohler, as well as our policy lead, Brian Gross, along with our IT lead, Scott Christian, and our data lead, William Nicholas. And for those of you who are new to the eManifest program, there is not a lot of stovepiping. This is a this organization and this program really cross-pollinates. It's when we do these presentations, we do these talks, this is very much a 2, 3, 4 person weave where we bring things up. So when we talk about IT, there are some policy considerations. So there will be a lot of interplay. So with that, we could move on to the next slide. And also, this is we want to dedicate this meeting to 2 of our fallen colleagues. First one being Norm Rost. He was at EPA Region 2 for a very long time, and he was a great friend to the program, a great friend personally, and just a overall wonderful, wonderful person we have lost recently. So we dedicate this to our friend Norm, and we also go to the next slide. Sadly as well, one of our lead developers, Iram Arti Sardarov, he passed away very recently, and he also was just a tremendous person to work with who spent a lot of time and energy building a lot of the data services that we use in the system. So we want to dedicate this to Norm and Arti. Thank you very much, and I look forward to presenting the the rest of the materials, but for now, we're going to go to my division director, Sonia Sassville.
Sonia.
Okay. All right. So welcome, everyone. I'm Sonia Sassville, Division Director for the Program Implementation and Information Division in the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. Our division has the lead for the eManifest program and system. And I first want to thank all of the division staff who have made this our 6th eManifest Advisory Board meeting possible. There was a lot of work that went into this. And also thank you in advance to the board members and the public participants. We look forward to getting your input. So on the next slide, let me just kind of set the broader context for this meeting. If we can advance the slide. Okay, so the Hazardous Waste Electronic eManifest Act authorizes EPA to implement a national electronic manifest system. So this was direction by Congress. And since system launch in 2018 through August of 2022, EPA has received approximately 7 million manifests, of which less than 0.5% have been electronic. The others have all started out as paper. So next slide. For that reason, the electronic manifest system really isn't reaching its full potential. Widespread adoption of electronic manifests has been the #1 question facing this program. We've put a lot of time and effort into resolving it, and to date, we really haven't had a lot of movement despite a concerted effort from all quarters, from EPA and regulators and industry, to come to agreement on what is a workable system that people will use in its fully electronic form. Back in our March 2021 meeting, we reaffirmed that getting to 100% electronic manifests is our top program goal. And since the close of that meeting, we have been working literally day in and day out with our stakeholders to develop options. So today, this meeting is the culmination of all of that. And we really look forward to presenting to the board our proposal for dramatically increasing the use of electronic manifests through policy and IT and regulatory options. We hope that this will become our shared vision. So we look forward. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so let's get started.
Thank you, Sonia. This is Steve back again to do or run the program manager to eManifest 101. And just I do tend to speak fast, so I remind myself to go a little slow. However, if there is something, a question does come up from the board, that is something we're going to get to later in the presentation. In the interest of time, I'll just say we'll get to that in just a few slides or just a few moments. But if you ask twice, I'll be forced to answer. But let's try to keep this going. So we can go to the next slide, please. All right, so the system launched on June 30th, 2018. And this is when the eManifest system became the national hub for tracking manifest data. And eManifest is here to save everybody time and to be a one-stop hub for that shipping data. And all of the burden reduction and all of the savings are predicated on us having a sort of an enterprise-wide national electronic manifest program. Right now, as Sonia was saying, we have right now a place where people upload a scanned image of their manifest post receipt and send to the system and pay a fee. However, we want to move to where people are building and tracking their manifests in the system. However, eManifest has, because we are a national system, we have reduced the need for industry to maintain paper copies of their manifests, as well as before the system launch. So on June 29th, 2018, there were some states that tracked manifest data, some that didn't. Some that required certain copies of the manifest, a generated copy, a transport file. It was very, there was not a lot of consistency. So We have established some consistency via our national system. However, what we want to do now is we want to implement the burden saving and the time and resource savings for all parties involved. All right, we can go to the next slide. Yes, so as the one-stop hub for manifest data, we essentially want to have all that information here at the EPA. And then once we do that, that'll allow for better tracking from in the industry standpoint, from the from public data interest, for state regulators, as well as having that that big collection of manifest data. And moving forward to the future, this will allow us to build out the reporting functions of the industry as well as the regulators, but this is like integrating with the RCRA biennial report process. So this is part of the program as well. So we want to get to the point where we're able to sort of bolt on other aspects of the RCRA program into manifest to really start to really kick this burden reduction and cost savings into high gear with more accurate data. Next slide, please. All right, yeah, so the eManifest program is multifaceted. So of course there is an IT system, which we're going to be talking about in a great deal. There's also regulatory and policy development. We were in the RCRA program. We deal with RCRA regulations, and we also develop our own regulations. We have a third rulemaking that we received our comments on. There's also implementation and communication. So I am not fooling around when I say the eManifest program is by far the most transparent and most interactive program I've seen in the government. We are out there every day working with our regulated entities in the industry. We are also working with our partners in the EPA regions and the states. We are doing webinars. We're working with the general public. We are putting materials out there. We're responding to FAQs. We are, on the IT side, we're enhancing the system. We are out there because, so we live and die by the transparency. The more transparent we are, the more we interact, the more we understand our customers' needs, and the more our customers understand what we're doing. And that leads to just a lot more trust between all parties involved. And also, we do have a billing and sort of financial component. We are a fee-operated system. And as part of that, we need to make sure that user fees are set appropriately so we have enough money to continue to support the program. And as well as part of that, we're going to have a board meeting coming up in the future, the nearish future, where we will discuss our potential fees for the next upcoming fee cycle. And we are also audited every year by the agency. So we get 2 audits. So the program gets audited, and then also the agency gets audited. So the eManifest financial information and billing information is constantly being looked at and reviewed. And that sort of goes also back to the implementation and communication. Also, who could forget the reason we're here, the reason for the season, happy fall, it's the advisory board. And that part of that is in the statute I don't remember the exact language, but the board serves an extremely important purpose for the program, as well as our users, to present our information in the public, just to aid in the decision-making process and to build consensus where we can. Next slide. All right, here's a little nuts and bolts, a little change of pace. All right, so we're talking about some manifests. What are some stuff? So starting at the bottom, we'll start with the image upload. So when a manifest is received at its ultimate destination facility, it's a PDF, it's a piece of paper. And that piece of paper needs to go to the EPA eManifest system. So one way they can do that would be to just upload the image of the manifest. So that manifest is scanned into a PDF, and that user logs into the eManifest system and enters in a few pieces of information. Primarily, the user would enter the manifest tracking number, and then would upload a scanned image, and then sign and certify and say, hey, this is good. So that is the image upload. And that then eventually that scanned image would have the data keyed in by the EPA paper processing center for full data availability. Then there is the data plus image upload, which if we go back to where this image upload was just a user just entered in the manifest tracking number. With the data plus image upload, the user would enter in all the data fields associated with that manifest. So it would go to enter the generator information, the transporter information, what kind of waste was on the manifest, how it was, how the waste was handled, and all the data fields on the manifest would be keyed in, and then they would sign that and good to go. All right, electronic manifests. So these are manifests that are built in our e-manifest system, and how these would work would be the manifest is built in the system, and the generator is listed on the manifest, the transport is listed on the manifest, all the waste information is listed on the manifest, and then as that manifest progresses, so the waste shipment is ready to be picked up at the generator site, the generator would go into the system and sign electronically to say, hey, this manifest has been picked up. Then the transporter would use their account and find that manifest and sign their system and said, yeah, I picked it up. And then the manifest shipment would leave. It would go along the roads. And then once it arrives in the receiving facility would log into the e-manifest system and say, yes, I've got this. I received this waste. This is how we treated it, and sign it. And it would go onto a bill. So, and also in order of, so the electronic manifest is the least paper intensive. So this is the cheapest. The data plus image upload is less, it's a little more paper intensive than the electronic manifest. So that is a little more expensive. And then image upload is our most expensive because there are, the labor costs associated with keying in the data. Next slide, please. All right, we're gonna run through a brief program update. I don't know how we're doing on time, but I don't see anyone yelling at me, but let's keep going. Go next slide, please. All right, we're just gonna go through some
time, Steve.
I'm doing great. Thank you. All right, so let's go through we're just going to go through a couple basic things. So yes, for those in the board and those in the public, those listening at home, we're going to be updating our fees for the upcoming cycle. We're looking to have a meeting next year, and we're going to go deeper into the different aspects of the program, the costs associated, and what we plan to do, what we have done. So we will be talking about it in greater depth. So don't feel like you're getting cheated or anything like this. All right, so let's go. Next slide. All right, all time through August. So we have received 7.3 million manifests. And I see the largest chunk of the pie right here is our data plus image manifests. That makes up about 83%. All right, and then we have our image only, which is about 14%. Mailed paper, we used to up until 2021, June 30th, 2021, we accepted mailed paper. So receiving facilities were able to fulfill their obligation by mailing in a paper manifest to the paper processing center, and they would key that in. However, we had one of our regulations that said, by, I think it was 3 years after system launch, the mailed would no longer be an option. So right now, there are only 3 ways you can do the data, you can do the image only, and do the electronic. And as you can see, electronic is still bringing up the rear at 0.3%. Now, I should know that prior to December 2020, for a non-final signature of a manifest, there had to be there was a more complex signature process. So a user from the generator side or the transporter side had to log in. They also had to pass they had to sort of pass a LexisNexis user authentication, as well as come up with several challenge questions. So when they were going to sign a manifest in the system, they had to answer one of their challenge questions, re-enter the password, and go forward. So that was then in December 2020, we implemented something called Quick Sign. So we had an advisory board meeting on this, of course. So before Quick Sign, we were getting about 450 electronic manifests. And after implementing Quick Sign, which now, instead of having to answer challenge questions and re-enter passwords, a user just clicks sign button on those non-final manifests, we have gone up considerably. So we've gone from 454 to 581 a month. However, one of the reasons we're here today is if we go back to look up here, so we see mailed paper stopped over a year ago. So we're at 227,000. Going at the pace we're going with 581 electronic manifests per month, electronic manifest would eclipse mailed paper manifests, I think, in about 25 or 30 years. So we're not moving fast enough. So QuickSign was good, but we really do need to move this program. And we do need to make some aggressive moves. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. All right, and then our framework, not just for the system development, but for all of our policy, communications, implementation efforts, is the sort of developmental practice of Agile of building and enhancing the system. So this is focused on lots of communication and feedback from our user community. That doesn't just mean people using the IT system. That means people on the regulatory side. This means people working in the states, listening to what their needs are to help us move the program forward, listening to the advisory board, of course. And this is through regular user support calls and regular interaction with our user community. And another thing about Agile is, we don't disappear for 6 to 8 months at a time and surprise everybody with, hey, look what we did. We don't do that. We modularly improve what we're working on, whether it be FAQs, whether it be the IT system. So instead of, shocking everybody with saying, hey, by the way, folks, we just gave 300 new FAQs out there. They're like, oh, geez. We're like, we regularly check and say, this is what was recently at. So everyone's very busy. There's a lot going on. So we want to make sure that everyone stays aware of the important things. So we like these words right here, visibility and accountability to our stakeholders, because yes, when people disappear, when they go away for a while, especially when they're building something, they're working on something, it can get, paths can really diverge. And we don't want that. All right, we go to the next slide. All right, so system functionality, just a brief run through, because we heard some of this from Barry. So in response, these are all in response to sort of specific tickets. This is not everything we did, but this is some of the highlights. And this is also based on, these are ideas that we presented to the advisory board, or these are enhancements we've heard from by interacting with our users. So for a long time, receiving facilities, we're looking to get their manifests that they're uploading back to their generators. However, one of the issues is if their generator is not registered in the system, they don't know that there's been a manifest for the system. So the receiving facilities, they have a lot of information, one of those being the email addresses of their generator client. So we put some functionality into the system. So basically, when a manifest is uploaded from the receiving facility, they can enter in that generator contact email address, and they will get an email from the system saying, hey, you've got a manifest, when we encourage them to register. And we have found that works. So this is not just from the receiving facilities registering generators, but also from the EPA headquarters level registration of generators. It really just takes a phone call or email just to say, hey, why don't you register? And people say, yeah, I'll do that. I'll register that. I'll register. All right. And then also for our state regulators. So there was a big enhancement that came out a couple of weeks ago for enhancing the corrections functionality that will allow, or does allow, a regulator to go through a manifest uploaded and essentially, pick and choose which parts of the manifest they would like to see corrected. And they also have an ability for the regulator to enter in a specific email address associated with that manifest to encourage that person to get to make those corrections. So we have heard prior to that, a regulator could just place a manifest under correction, and there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of confusion between the regulators and the regulated community about what exactly are we looking for here with correct manifest. So this is out. This has been out for about 20 days, and this is also one of those things where nothing's ever really done. So we're going to see what works, see what doesn't work, and we will refine. All right. All right. And then our finance team. Okay, yeah, we go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's okay. All right, yeah, this is actually a good slide. All right. Also, infrastructure. You got to have the discipline to spend the money and the time where no one's going to notice it. We do it with our homes and we do it with roads. So yes, we upgraded the underlying database of the e-manifest system. We have seen massive performance gains. This is not just in uptime, so we haven't been down. We have also seen, I'd say noticeable speed gains when it comes to users, either sending or receiving data. So we want to make sure that e-manifest system is available and it also works really fast, because no one likes getting timed out. All right, and we've also enhanced our billing processes. So we've established billing services. So industry users can use data services to pull down bill information for their sites. And we've also updated how the e-manifest system interacts with our EPA Compass financial system, as and how that interacts with the Treasury financial system. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on, but yes, so the billing is a lot of the billing, and especially for those users who don't pay using the payment widget in the system, this is really going to help them out, and it's going to help us out see the billing data get there correctly. All right, we've allowed so state regulators can better manage their receiving facility lookup tables. So each state is in charge of making sure that everyone who's receiving either hazardous waste or state regulated hazardous waste is able to upload a manifest into the system and pay their bill. So we've put functionality in there to for states to manage that better, and also who owns the site, and that impacts how a bill is done. So for example, if we're receiving facilities government owned, it can't legally have a late fees assessed. However, if it's municipally owned, there are some late fees that are acceptable, but there's no penalties. There's a lot of variation there. It's a very nuanced thing, but it's very important. And then also we've added additional reports for our regulators in Metabase, our query tool, and we've allowed inside the app, we've also allowed tables to be exported as CSVs. That's one of I think that's Steve's #1 rule when it comes to people using a system. At their heart, people just want to be able to click a button and export something into Excel. People just want that's the #1 user requirement. I didn't make it up, but when I heard it, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then also we have made improvements to our quick sign functionality, and we will see that later in demonstrations to better ensure data quality. All right, so moving along. All right, I'm going to pass this over to Amanda Kohler, the Permits Branch Chief. Welcome to the FACA, Amanda.
Thank you. Welcome to you too. So I'm Amanda Kohler, I'm Chief of the Permits Branch. As Steve said, I focus on e-manifest policy and regulations, implementation, and also support to the advisory board. So welcome everyone today. On the policy implementation side, one of our key activities was publishing the third proposed rulemaking for public comment on April 1st. And that proposed rule described an approach for incorporating hazardous waste export manifests into the system, and also how to integrate e-manifest into other hazardous waste manifest related reporting requirements. So reporting such as the discrepancy, exception, and unmanifested waste reports. We've mentioned this a few times today already, and we'll talk about it even more, but we held 2 virtual public meetings last fall to solicit input from stakeholders on how to increase adoption of electronic manifests. And that input directly fed into what we're going to be proposing to the board today. We did a lot of work on registering generators, specifically registering site managers for generators, and continued all of the engagement and outreach that hopefully you all have come to know and love. That's our monthly public webinars and our user support calls and our EPA e-manifest website.
Thank you, Amanda.
Next slide. Sorry, Frank.
All right, and then yeah, as I said, we'll dig more into the depth on the financial side in our fee update meeting, which is going to happen next year. Essentially, we see we're right around the for the last couple of years, we've been right about 1.8 million manifests. 1.7, about between 140, 150 manifests per month. And then sort of our collections have gone down slightly, and that's because our primary manifest submission, as you remember, is the data plus image. And for this fee cycle that started on October 1st, 2021, is the data plus image manifest went down from $14 to $13. So that's what that's where we are. And that is the financial update. And then I think we can move on to the next slide, where we're going to go to the problem statement. All right, and this is we're going to dig into why we are here and why we are having this conversation. Next slide, please. All right, since inception, the Manifest program has had the following assumption. So this is sort of, we go back in time to the 90s, the early 2000s. The idea for the Manifest program was like, there will be choices of manifest. There will be electronic, there will be paper. However, the receiving facilities who are going to be paying paying that, they will choose electronic manifest because they're cheaper. There will be cost savings involved with using electronic, and those market forces would drive receiving facilities to work backwards on their supply lines to put in an electronic workflow and process. Another thing, and especially for the having the E in front of your manifest, the idea was like there's going to be electronic. There's going to be some sort of hardware technology, some sort of silver bullet that is going to make signing electronic manifest as easy as signing paper manifest. So this is the idea was, okay, so there's a few hundred, I think we're at 700 receiving facilities operated by many, many different companies. There's 250,000 or so generators operated by a lot of generators, 10 to 12,000 transporters. So this isn't one company, but however, there is going to be some sort of hardware technology that's going to, wave a finger, sign of a pen. It's going to make signing electronic manifest super easy across thousands and thousands and thousands of different companies and probably tens of thousands of people. And then also the promise of burden reduction. So incorporating that electronic manifest data into the system to make biennial reporting easier would also be would incentivize industries to upgrade their waste tracking systems to put the electronic manifest workflow in there because, well, we have to do this thing anyway. So let's look at the cost benefit analysis. Let's get some electronic manifest because the burden reduction is going to make everything good. All right, so the next slide is a cold glass of reality. All right, this is what we've learned since we launched in 2018. Cheaper electronic manifest fees are not an incentive. Receiving facilities have paid 39% more to not use the electronic manifest. There's also no silver bullet technology on the horizon that's going to make electronically signing as easy as pen and paper. And we have seen that handlers, not just receiving facilities, but generators and transporters, are not motivated to invest in adapting their system to increase electronic manifest if there is no sort of integration with BR, if there's no real path forward to getting electronic manifest other than the EPA has a program called EPA. Next slide. We have also seen some barriers to adoption. So this is the manifest has been around for roughly in various forms about 40 years. They are familiar with the paper manifest process, and it's easier to stick to rather than putting in a new IT process and new workflows around electronic manifest. Higher user fees, they are not motivating individuals and companies to transition to electronic manifest. We're hearing that those are just passed on to their clients. All right, signatures. So we're talking about when that waste is picked up from the generator site. They are executed not at a computer, not at a workstation, but these are loading docks and transport vehicles. It's loud, it's noisy. There could be safety policies that prevent someone having a cell phone on because of static charges. There's not a lot of network access to send and verify electronic signatures in real time. And that's sort of the practical realities of the especially that important first transaction between the generator and the transporter. Also, speaking of generators and transporters, they have experienced significant turnover of their personnel, which makes training, registering, and signing electronic manifests more challenging. One of the rules of the system as it stands today is individual users need an individual account. So you can't just have an account for Transport Co. and just have everyone just shares, transport and the password is welcome one. There's no sharing account. Everyone's got to have their individual accounts. And also the Department of Transportation, our friends, they are still requiring that the one hard copy of the paper remain on the truck to facilitate emergency response. Next slide, please. All right, so we're talking about handling several million paper manifests each year, and that is a substantial paperwork burden for users and regulators. However, this is the good news. The actual process of signing a manifest is very simple. You just put a pen and paper you just do that, scribble there, you're good to go. The current process for electronically signing our manifest requires pre-registration, passwords, and network access at the time of signature. So countering just the need for a pen and paper and just the hood of a truck versus having to log into a system and, you log in and like, oh, I forgot to change my password in the last 90 days, I got to reset. Yeah, pen and paper is very attractive. And the electronic manifest adoption rate, less than 1%, is falling short of program expectations. So if this e-manifest program is looking to compete with paper manifests, we have to apply some changes to overcome technical and policy-oriented obstacles. The next slide, please. All right. However, we talked earlier about, paper is very easy to sign. You sign that thing, you're good to go. However, once that paper is turned into data and uploaded to the system, there's a lot of points of failure along that way to get that manifest to us and to the public and to the regulators and to your clients in a way that is the data remains usable. All right, so we'll talk about some issues with paper. All right, next slide, please. All right, this is a big issue right here. So this is where the human interaction with the manifest. So when a manifest is uploaded into the system, a user does have to manually key in the manifest tracking number. And we can zoom in here, or you can't zoom in, but these numbers, they're a long series of numbers. So 3, 6, 9 characters, 9 digits plus 3 character extension. There's a lot of places where you can transpose numbers, and that leads to a lot of issues. So a user will upload a manifest and incorrectly enter that manifest tracking number. They click sign, that manifest goes onto the bill. However, another site goes to enter in their correct they go in to enter a manifest, and it turns out someone is sort of squatted on that manifest tracking number. Well, they can't enter that, so they hallucinate their own number. And so it leads to a cascading series of issues where invalid manifest tracking numbers are going onto bills, and it's creating a lot of confusion up and down the chain. So from the headquarters level, if there is a manifest that goes on the bill that is wrong, it has to go to our billing team. That's led by Tammy Toney. She is wonderful, and she spends a lot of time doing working on the functionality to sort of automate these delete these manifests that are on the bills, and also work with those sites to credit or refund that money, and then also put that correct manifest into the correct site, and then also debit that account. It is a complicated. It's more than a two-step. It's a foxtrot. It's a very elaborate dance, and it's also, because this goes into billing, there's a lot of steps we have to capture along the way. We have to build a separate auditable database to track all these changes, because, as I said earlier, we're audited twice a year, and then every 2 years of our program. We want to make sure that what we're doing, people understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, and we're also doing full cost accounting. And then another issue is, so for a generator who goes into the system and looks for their manifest, they have their paper copy of the manifest, and they go to look up their manifest and they enter it in, and they're like, they can't see their manifest. Where they can't find it. They're going to get inspected. They can't download a copy because this has been uploaded with the incorrect tracking number. However, electronic manifest, the beauty of that is when you create an electronic manifest, the system assigns you a tracking number that cannot be changed or edited by any user along the way. So there's no need, a user cannot miskey any of that information. Next slide, please. Here's another issue with paper. And this, the invalid generator ID. So this is a big one. So if you are if you're a fan of eManifest, you've heard this one over and over again. So when a manifest, particularly data plus image uploads are coming in, we're seeing a lot that a generator is, there's this waste and the site is associated with a valid EPA ID, but it's not going into the manifest. So there is not a requirement for every generator listed on the manifest to have an EPA ID. There are very small quantity generators that are exempt. However, there are a lot of generators listed on the manifest that are not exempt, and because of the system needing to know that there is such a thing as VSQGs, and there are valid reasons why a manifest would be uploaded without a very small quantity generator. There is the functionality that allows a receiving facility to upload a manifest without entering in the generator ID. Now we make it super easy to search. We've also, we've talked about our services. However, this does happen, and it's happened approximately a couple 100,000 times. And we, at the headquarters and working with our regional and state regulators, we've actually come up with a sort of a matching database where we pull the addresses from these manifests that don't have valid EPA IDs, and we bounce that across what's in our system to sort of come up with likely matches. And we share that with our receiving facilities and our state regulators to improve the data quality of the system. This is, we hear a lot about this on our user support calls. We hear frustrations from the states. We also hear frustrations from the generators. And we also hear frustrations from receiving facilities. Well, one of the ways around this is for an electronic manifest. Industry is required. So when that manifest is created, and to get that valid EPA ID, you need to go through certain data checks and business checks just to make sure to look up, hey, who's going on this manifest? So if you can do a search on an address and say, okay, this site does have an ID, or this site doesn't have an ID, the electronic manifest will greatly improve the ID and site information, because this site information is coming from RCRA Info, which is the system of record for EPA IDs for all the sites that's maintained by the EPA, and the states update that data. We make sure it's all there. It refreshes every 30 seconds. We are constantly getting new data and new updated data from the states. So this would essentially make our users rely on the most recent site data for those sites. And especially when it comes to generators, it'll allow better compliance on the generator side, as well as regulation on the regulatory side, to make sure that a generator site is generating sufficient volumes to maintain whatever their status is. So if a very small quantity generator is listed on a manifest a bunch of times, it turns out maybe they're not a small quantity generator. They need to update their status. So it'll allow for better compliance and also better regulatory interactions with the regulated community. Next slide. All right, boxes 10, 11, and 12. This is also on the paper manifest. This is when things get a little bit hairy, because these boxes 10, 11, 12, these are, so box 10 for those new to the program. This lets us know the type of container the waste is in. This could be a burlap sack. This could be a cargo tank. This could be a metal drum. This could be a dump truck. It lets us know, okay, this waste line, this is what the waste is in. All right, total quantity. So this is the total quantity of waste. And one of the issues we see here is this is partial units. You can't have partial, there's no decimal places in this. So it needs to be rounded to the nearest whole number. And this is one of the issues we see with the paper manifest, is that the e-manifest system won't let you put a decimal point in there. It'll say, no, you can't do that. The paper manifest does not enforce those business rules, does not enforce the manifest form instructions. So you can essentially write whatever you want. And then when that gets uploaded, it leads to a lot of confusion. And then the units of measure as well. So what we'll see here is someone could have, this happens a lot of times, especially on the image onlys, we'll see that someone's got 5 cylinders. Okay, that makes sense. And we've got 60, which is a good unit. And then box 12, the unit of measure will be missing. So we don't know if they have 60 kilograms. We don't know if they have 60 cubic yards, 60 pounds. So you can't make a manifest and you can't finalize manifest in the system without filling out those three key items right there. Just let us know. What do you put it in? How much of it is there, and what type of unit is it? So yeah, those business rules are not enforced on paper, and they are fortunately enforced in the system. All right, next slide. All right, so Amanda, take it away.
Thank you. This next section, we're gonna give an overview of how EPA has worked with the advisory board and stakeholders on how to increase electronic manifest. Next slide. So we launched the system June 30th, 2018, and about a year later had a advisory board meeting focused on better understanding the barriers to using electronic manifests. We were already seeing that the number of electronic manifests were well below our expectations. So had that advisory board meeting in June. The advisory board recommendations from that meeting really challenged us to reconsider the signature and user registration requirements that we were putting on all users, generators, transporters, and receiving facilities. And we've mentioned this before, but we had at the time been applying cross-media electronic reporting rule, CROMAIR standards, to every signature on the manifest. So this was two-factor authentication. This was identity proofing at user registration. And so the board really challenged us to go back and look at whether we could reduce burden in those areas. Next slide, please. So following the board's recommendation, we came back in April 2020, an interesting time for sure, but we talked about our approach for re-engineering electronic signatures for generators, transporters, and also initial signatures by the receiving facilities. And so our approach was to remove CROMAIR requirements from those signatures and only apply it at the final signature by the receiving facility when uploading that final signed manifest to EPA. We received the advisory board recommendations. They were very much in support of that approach, and also suggested that we continue to look at how to integrate eManifest with industry systems. And this was really to capitalize on the success of the data plus image manifest option. So, and as we just described earlier, over 80% of our manifests come through data plus image through the API, application programming interface. And so advisory board really challenged us to look at how to take that success and turn it into greater electronic manifest adoption. Next slide. So we got the advisory board recommendations that concurred with our approach. So we went ahead, finalized that policy change in October 2020, and implemented the new QuickSign functionality in December 2020. That new QuickSign meant that instead of a generator or transporter that would have to go through identity proofing in order to sign, they could just log in and click a button. Next, actually, before we move, sorry about that, Frank. I will say, we already talked about this. We implemented QuickSign in December 2020. It was a slight increase, but really didn't have a significant impact. But one thing that this policy decision really did do is it is a initial and important building block to a lot of the solutions that we're going to present today. So it was a really important step, and we thank the advisory board for their help. Next slide. In March 2021, we had our advisory board meeting that was really focused on the user fees for the upcoming fee cycle, but we also solicited input on our program priorities. And again, we heard from the advisory board recommending that the agency really address the lack of industry adoption of electronic manifest, really look at how to integrate the system with industry systems to capitalize on the success of the data plus image submissions. Next slide. So after following that March meeting, we committed in response to the advisory board to go back to our stakeholders and really rethink some solutions on how to move the needle forward in terms of electronic manifest adoption. So we had two public meetings in fall 2021 and sought public comment. And so we took that public comment and have developed a series of policy and IT solutions that we are presenting today. Next slide. So if you've been following along, June 30th, 2018 really focused on launch and basic functionality. And second phase was really how to streamline generator and transporters, particularly with user registration and signatures. And now we're in our third phase, really want to consider broader policy and IT changes that will really increase electronic manifest use. Next slide, please. All right, so here we are. We are at the meat of our meeting today. I'm going to do an overview, and then I'm going to turn it over to our team to talk about the details of each of these options for today. Next slide. One kind of setting the table, so to speak, is that the proposed options that we'll talk about, they really are intended to work in concert. So several of them we would implement together. They would build on each other. There's one exception, and we'll talk about that when we get to it, but where we would choose one or the other option. The goal here is trying to get to 100%, near 100% electronic manifest. So really interested in your feedback on these options, especially what's the biggest bang for our buck in terms of where we spend our resources going forward. Next slide. For all the solutions today, we held 3 constants. All handlers on the electronic manifest must have a registered site manager. Receiving facilities must continue to sign final sign manifest via Chromair compliant electronic signature, so that remains. And all electronic manifests must be generated through the EPA manifest system. So all of the electronic manifest tracking numbers would be through EPA. Next slide. And here are the menu of policy and IT solutions that we are soliciting input on today. First one, site manager dispatcher signs. This is consideration of a policy change where EPA would allow the site manager dispatcher to sign electronic manifests in lieu of a worker on a loading dock or a driver on a truck. We are assuming site managers, dispatchers are in a typical office setting, typically have the reporting and record keeping requirements for a company, and thus easier to sign electronic manifests, as compared to someone who is out in the field. Quicker sign, this would allow companies to upload electronic signatures along with their manifest data through the API to eManifest. Daily batch upload, this would allow users to use their industry systems for processing the electronic manifest, and then they would upload the electronic signatures and manifest data to EPA's eManifest system at least once per day. Data no image allows use of industry systems, and the users would upload the electronic signatures and manifest data to eManifest at the end of the transit process, provided other requirements are met. And then finally, sunset paper manifest. So this considers whether we should commit to a final date for moving completely to electronic manifest, so sunsetting all the paper manifest options. And as we've kind of described today already, this date, moving completely to 100% electronic manifest, really would unlock a lot of the benefits of the system in terms of burden reduction, data quality, and integration with biennial reporting. Next slide. So here it is. This is the roadmap to 100% electronic manifests. This is the options organized by our expected time to implement. Some of the options are easier to implement in terms of time, and the really big difference here is whether we consider an option to need a rulemaking or not. So site manager, dispatcher, quicker sign, and daily batch, we at this point don't consider those to need a rulemaking. Those can be implemented rather quickly. paper sunset deadline or data no image with additional requirements, we do at this point consider those to need rulemaking. And so that expands the timeline for implementation out a few years. And I think that's the last slide of this section, Fred. Did I see that you wanted to pause for questions?
Yes, that's correct. I'll let Carolyn take over with that.
So I wanted to remind the board that this is the time for clarifying questions. Specifically, if there's anything about Amanda's presentation that you wanted to ask her to clarify for you. This is not the discussion point, but just a pause to ask if you have any clarifying questions, any board members. Stacy?
Hi, good morning. I'm Stacy Sinclair. In the presentation section where we were going over kind of usage of the e-manifest system and kind of the percentage of manifests that are being done as true e-manifest, is there any information available about kind of the characteristics of who is generating those e-manifests? Are there any trends, whether it's by type of waste or geography or type of generator, or whether it's operational versus construction, et cetera? Just wanting to know if there's any more deep dive.
Yes, hi. Yeah, this is Steve Donnelly. We have looked at who is using electronic manifests, and primarily it is companies. Universities are very popular with this, where companies sort of they have a skin in all three parts of the transaction. So I think our first electronic manifest came from the University of North Carolina, and there are a lot of universities, the labs who use that. And also we have seen some success with Subtitle D, so state waste facilities, particularly those in California, where they're dealing with asbestos. Those are the ones that are using it. However, when you build out to a larger and the more complex the waste received enterprise gets, it's a little we see a precipitous drop off. But the smaller has worked. But
thank you.
Go Tar Heels, I suppose I should say.
Thank you for that question, Stacy. Any other board members have any clarifying questions?
Carolyn, I have a couple.
Angie, great.
Awesome. So my first question is, who does EPA consider as stakeholders for this process? Is there like a list of the different types of participants you consider as stakeholders?
Who wants to take that? Amanda, do you want to take that?
I can, Steve. Do you want me to?
Oh yeah. You got to the mute button first, so I'll go ahead.
My voice is still hoarse from the Bills game over the weekend, but yes. Okay. So so users is a broad term for sure. So when we say users of the system, we mean anybody with an account that is using the system, such generators, transporters, receiving facilities. Stakeholders, though, include our state regulators, our EPA regions, and the general public as well. So we provide our data publicly after 90 days of receipt of the final manifest. And so we know academics that use that data as well. So it is a broad term, including anybody that's interested in eManifest.
Awesome. And my second question is a little bit different. And that is, I think Steve mentioned during his presentation that DOT still requires that single piece of paper for transportation for emergency response. So my question is, what's the status of coordination with DOT?
Thank you, Angie. This is Steve. I will answer that. We meet with DOT regularly. We had a meeting with them last week. I think a lot of us saw that they put out recently have a request for information on eliminating going electronic, sort of similar to how we're doing this program. So we maintain we're very close to the HIP relationship, because we do know that since back to program inception, sort of the question is, why should we go electronic if DOT is still requiring the paper shipment copy? So they've heard that from a lot of people. We've passed along that as well. And they have their own requirements as their own agency. But yeah, we're meeting with them very closely, especially as they're looking to sort of maybe move towards a total electronic process for their end. Amanda, do you have anything to add on that?
No.
Okay.
Angie, did that address your questions? Any more questions?
That addressed those questions.
All right. Anyone else have clarifying questions on what's been presented so far? I'm not seeing any raised hands. And
I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Fred?
Yeah, I just wanted to just remind the board, you remember day one is the opportunity to get as much information from EPA as you can. In addition to what you're hearing presentation wise, if there are questions you have, that you need answers to help inform you about, your charge, this is your time. So please don't be shy. If you have questions, put it all on the table. Remember, this has to be a transparent process, so the public has a clear understanding, of what's going to fuel your deliberations when you start tomorrow.
And Stacy has her hand up.
Yeah, so in more of that general light, when you're kind of starting this process, your choices are being a large scale generator or a small scale generator. Can you provide a little bit more clarification as to why the choices are solely being a generator? It's got a lot of complications when you're doing construction and you may not own the site, you encountered something and you're wanting to take care of it properly. Where I live in California, in the Los Angeles region, once you're identified as a generator, you then have to follow other agency requirements as a generator. Things like a hazardous waste plans that are very expensive, especially when you're doing temporary work. So I'm just kind of wondering about as you're as you're designating, who is asking for the EPA ID number and how we're doing this, if your only choice is to then also identify yourself for cascading requirements. I'm kind of wondering about the thought process behind that.
Well, Stacy, your question is a broad one for sure, and probably beyond eManifest. I will say that the federal requirements do establish standards for what we call large quantity generators and small quantity generators and very small quantity generators, and that's all based on the volume generated in a certain month of hazardous waste. The federal requirements only require manifest for the large and small quantity generators. Now, you live in California, and I believe California is one of the more stringent states that are implementing RCRA, and so they likely require manifesting for a lot more than the federal requirements do. But yes, so there we go. That is probably not an answer to your question, and I'm not a generator team expert here, but that's the manifest program, at least federally.
And we do not get to say at the eManifest program who needs to have a generator ID or who doesn't. This goes down. It's based on federal regulations, state regulations, where we come into where we get a lot of, let's just say we'll get a lot of input from our user community. We'll talk about regulators in the states and the regions as well as industry. Is that there is, I would say, between limited to zero trust that someone searching for a manifest for a particular generator will be able to find that in the system. So we're having a lot of conversations, a lot of it one way, that these manifests that are coming into the system aren't appropriately identifying themselves as they're not being uploaded with the appropriate generator ID. And the issue is that, because of the the nuanced nature of, who gets generated ID and who doesn't get it. We can't just say everybody's got to have an ID. However, we are relying on those IDs to be uploaded by the manifest, because if there is no ID on the manifest, then there is no way for a generator or a state to find that, particularly when a state is looking to see how much quantity of waste has a generator done the last 6 months based on the manifest. Well, they don't really know how much. They don't really know. They might find 6 manifests in the last year, but they can't say for sure if that's all 6, or maybe they just found 6 out of 20, or maybe some of these are mislabeled and they found 6 when there only should be 4. So there's a lot of those. The generator IDs are
it's an important data quality.
It is an important data quality thing, and also if you're at a conference and you're walking through the hallway just trying to get a cup of coffee, you will be stopped and you'll be talked to.
Yeah, I guess the thing is how the term generator is defined, because there's an assumption that a generator is one who is creating waste. That's different from encountering. And
there are exceptions for like generate, like, the emergency or temporary IDs. We have that. So on the slides I showed with the generator ID, that's a temporary ID. However, that temporary ID shows up just about everywhere in New Hampshire. So that's just someone just re-entering a temporary ID over and over again, instead of actually looking to see whether or not there's an actual ID.
All right, we have 3 hands up now. This is great. So Sixto's hands was up first.
Good morning, this is Sixto Ortiz with WM. And this question might be kind of a general question, but I wanted it to, one of your slides said that right now, there's no tech on the horizon that will make electronically signing as simple as pen and paper. And my question is, does EPA have a process by which they sit down and talk about any kind of future tech that might accomplish this goal? I mean, what is the process that EPA uses or will use to identify potential technology that might accomplish this goal?
This is Steve Donnelly. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, so electronic signatures are that is in the and that market, it does change a lot. There's a lot of great companies doing a lot of great things. I think we've all been on the receiving end of a PDF or something we need to sign in our mail, and we move forward with that. And yeah, Scott and I and the team, Brian, everyone, we really do sort of keep our eye and our ears to the ground on a lot of that. Where the biggest issue here is that there are government system requirements that don't really exist elsewhere for users of the system to be doing, specific user activities. So we understand that there are a lot of great technologies out there. We're going to keep looking, because the thing is, like, all you need is one silver bullet and that werewolf's gone. So we haven't completely abandoned that search, but we do know, sort of given the practical realities of where we are, what's the best way forward for our program, and also we want to be able to focus on building the system, working on the system and engaging with our users, using sort of working with Einstein said, we're working with reality on reality's terms here. So we don't want to expend too much time and too much resources snipe hunting for a magic answer, but we do keep in touch with the magicians to see if they're working on anything they're working on. So that is a good question, and so the answer is maybe there is a silver bullet, but we're focused on the sort of nuts and bolts of enhancing this system using the ground rules that we're aware of.
Thank you.
All right, Angie had her hand up next.
Yeah, thank you. So another question that occurred to me as we were talking about enticing people to use the e-manifest system, and one of the major enticements is the lack of mailing things back and forth. And we always talk about mailing the copy back to the generator, but we don't always talk about the fact that a lot of times a copy gets mailed to the generator before it begins the execution. so there are a few other pieces of paper that go with it. And have you thought about removing the requirements or changing the requirements? One, land disposal restrictions, and I'm aware of the one-time LDR, but there's that piece that's out there. And then the other is, I don't know if everybody knows this, the labels that go on the containers have to have the e-manifest, that MTN number has to be on there. So has there been any discussion or thought about addressing that? I didn't see that in the recent rulemaking. I didn't see it in your presentation today.
So hi, this is Brian Gross. To answer that question, we did address or discuss the possibility of removing the requirement for the TSDF to send, or the receiving facility, I should say, to return a paper copy back to the generator if the generator is not registered in the e-manifest system. So that issue is addressed. LDR and the labels, that was not addressed in the rulemaking. So just want to mention that.
We did clarify in an early rule, Brian, this is our third rule. So that LDR notifications were not part of e-manifest. And there's good reason for that. So Congress directed us to establish e-manifest and collect user fees for e-manifest. So to address other requirements that weren't manifest related directly might not have fell within that statute direction. So early on, we decided that LDR one-time notifications were out of scope for us. I haven't revisited it recently. The labels with that's the first time I've heard of that, Angie. We don't require, as you know, any mailing of labels back and forth between receiving facilities but I can see practically what your point is. So thank you. That's new for us.
Yeah, and Angie, one thing to follow up on is you can create the manifest early in the system. It's something that we'll be going over the demo later as well. But so that MTN can be gotten pretty early. We have a optional potential ship date field as well that you can also use in the system. So there are options to work with the system as is to get that vital information.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Angie, for a good question. And Jackie is up next.
Yeah, thank you to Sixto for asking the question that I kind of had in my mind as well. Kind of as a follow-up to that about the coordination with DOT, I mean, or with other kind of technologies. Have we considered kind of leaning more into maybe solutions that DOT is using for some of their potential, kind of shipping industry paperwork or documentation methods like electronic driver records, that type of thing? I mean, is there a way for us to potentially kind of match things that have been happening from the transporter side?
All right. Yes. Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. Yes. So we have been. The DOT. This is Steve Donnelly, by the way. Pardon. The DOT. Their electronic shipping documentation, and Scott can chime in on this. It's something that we've been discussing for a very long time. Sort of the EDLs. As Scott says, it's dear to our heart, and we would so we could potentially see that aligning with manifest. However, we have no control over how they're doing. We keep in contact with them. They understand our needs. We understand what they're doing. However, there's no time. They don't have a timetable for us on what they're doing over there. However, what we have is, we have their rule that says they need the paper copy on the truck. Everything else, for the most part, belongs to the EPA, and this is where we can control, and this is where we can impact the change. So we keep in touch with DOT. We work with them, and we want to find out what they're doing. However, we can't really change or move them along, nor just as they can't really move us along. So we're focusing on things that we could do to impact our program right now, rather than working towards a electronic EDL or those other documents. And they do have some really great stuff out there. However, given the scale and scope of what they do, we're going to work on e-manifest.
Okay, that absolutely makes sense. And one quick follow-up to Stacy's question as well. I know, in previous rulemakings, have we also kind of, you talked about kind of statistics about who is currently adopting e-manifest, where we're seeing e-manifest coming from. Have we looked at kind of targeting what's some low-hanging fruit of industries that we should be targeting with solutions to kind of garner additional adoption? Because I know, right now we're kind of aiming for 100%. Are there kind of other segments, if we're looking at LQGs or a certain industry or something along those lines, that could potentially garner some additional adoption, or kind of have we taken that approach in the past?
We have worked a lot to register generators. We've got a lot of generators registered. We're working on getting transporters registered. So what we've heard, and this is not to start a controversy, but we have heard this from a lot of generators and also transporters, is that there's a reticence on the receiving facility end to change their business processes for electronics. So we have heard from generators and transporters, sort of, hey, it's electronic, what the heck, let's give it a shot. They're ready to try. However, what we're trying to sort of, what we're working on, what we've been working on is these receiving facilities have legacy business processes where they do things a certain way, and those processes have been in place, and for most of them they work. These companies are in business, they're making money, and lights are on. However, moving them away, moving them forward to electronic, even at the behest of their clients, we've had limited success on that. So we have heard of one receiving facility, a state facility, that went the other way and said everyone's got to be electronic because they were tired of the mailing back the generator copy. However, for the most part, that is the rare exception. For what we've heard, it is on the receiving facility and saying, no, we're doing paper. Keep it. Find something else to sign online.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Jackie. And Jen has her hand up.
Good morning. One of the things that I haven't really heard much, I guess, discussion on is how are we going to deal with the VSQGs that do not have EPA ID numbers, cannot register site managers, so they can't do the quick sign. Is there discussion to maybe change the rule where VSQGs are now going to require EPA ID numbers, or is there like a second path that we're going to take in e-manifest to deal with sites that don't have registered EPA ID numbers?
Thank you very much for your question, Jen. This is Steve. We actually, without sort of wading too much into the details, because this gets a little, especially when we're talking, there is a manifest, there's an electronic manifest just for this situation. It's called the hybrid electronic manifest. And why I call it the hybrid is this is just for the generators that do not have ID numbers or don't want to sign in the system. But what happens is the paper manifest is printed out and the generator signs on a piece of paper. However, the transporters and every handler, every subsequent transporter signs electronically along with the receiving facility. So it just jumps ahead right to the transporter. And what would happen is the electronic manifest is made in the system, and myself, the transporter, what I do is I print it out and I take it to the site where I'm picking up some hazardous waste, and the generator individual will sign here. And then what I would do is I would get on my phone and sign the manifest electronically, and I would put the waste on my truck and I would continue along down the road. So there is a manifest workflow for all the for those VSQGs who do not want to I can't imagine that, but that do not have a need to have a register or can't be in the system.
All right, so before I call in Stacy, I'll just remind all our speakers that when you either ask a question or answer a question, if you would just state your name, that will help our transcriber. So Stacy has her hand up now.
Hi, this is Stacy. When you're thinking about, getting more folks to adopt the e-manifest system, has there been any thinking around the fact that you've got people that have both has and non-has, And by going e-manifest, now the generator and the designated facility are dealing with two different processes instead of having one process.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, that and I mean, Amanda and Brian can talk a little more about the policy side of that. That has been one of the sort of in the nascent days of the program. That's one of the areas of consideration for a lot of those sites. A generator will just they'll make some hazardous waste and they'll make some non-hazardous waste. Cost of doing business. You got the if someone had a birthday party and you got streamers to throw out, that's not you don't need to send that to a receiving facility. There was a, so in the system, there are sort of business rules in there to tell you like, hey, this is hazardous or not. And there's a lot of information out there. However, we haven't found that to be an implementation concern. The primary drivers of what we heard are the implementation concerns. They are not the costs from the receiving facility side. It's the fact that using e-manifest system is by orders of magnitude way more difficult than signing a piece of paper and dealing with it later. I mean, there's no two ways about it. So the sort of what we're going to be discussing later is how we can move a lot of the administrative overhead of signing that piece of paper away from the loading dock and into the office to make it easier. So, places where those decisions are made where, oh yeah, this is hazardous, we're going to put this on a manifest. This is non-hazardous, we're going to put this on a bill of lading, or we're just going to put it in the dumpster out back, where those decisions are made rather than, sort of where it's loud and kinetic and there's engines are idling. So taking that away from the loading dock and moving it towards the quieter area. I know that was a non-answer, but.
Steve, this is Brian Gross. So I just want to mention that currently the manifests can be used to track both hazardous and non-hazardous waste shipments or waste streams. And so we currently do see a lot of manifests, almost every day. In fact, we receive manifests that have both hazardous and non-hazardous waste streams recorded on a particular manifest. So it hasn't been an issue, too much of a problem, and we're not seeing it as an issue in terms of folks needing to use dual systems to do that.
Stacy, did that answer your question?
No, but that was interesting information.
I can try to elaborate, Stacy, and then maybe you can have a follow-up question if we're not helping you. So the EPA is only collects manifests that are federally required to have a manifest or required to have a manifest under a state regulation. So in general, non-hazardous wastes don't have to use a manifest. It's a hazardous waste manifest, right? So it's generally just practice or convenience that those wastes are kind of included on the hazardous waste manifest. So for paper manifest forms, receiving facilities only have to send those that are required by law, by EPA regulations, to EPA and incur a user fee for those manifests. So that's hazardous waste that are required by federal or state law to be manifested. So if they get a manifest form and it's just non-hazardous waste that's not required by state or feds, they don't have to send it to us. And in a fully electronic, I think this is where maybe your question was going, in a fully electronic paradigm where there is no paper manifest and it's all electronic, will that be a convenient use anymore for hazardous waste manifest? And that maybe not. And so maybe they would have to shift to a bill of lading or some other shipping paper. But that's something to consider, whether that is a problem or not.
Yeah, I mean, I know this isn't a time for discussion, so I'll hold my thoughts on it, but consider there are more users than the designated facility, and they're managing, in some cases, hundreds and thousands of people and all their behaviors. And when you're asking them to use multiple processes, there's a lot of opportunity for error. And that could be something to consider when you're looking at adoption of a procedure.
All right, we've gotten some great questions. I don't see any more hands up. Pausing for a minute to see if anyone thinks of any more questions. All right. Fred, I believe in our presentation, we had gotten through slide 46, and I think we would be, if I'm tracking the slides correctly, we would be starting on slide 47 if we want to get back to the presentations. Fred, anything else?
I'm thinking right now at this point, I think I'm recommending that we break early for lunch because I don't know how much time the next presentation will be. And I think, and we have enough wiggle room this afternoon to kind of make up for the extra 20 minutes we take for lunch. And I'm sure everybody would appreciate an extended lunch break. So Carolyn, if it's okay with you, are you okay with dismissing for lunch and resuming at 1 p.m.?
1 o'clock, come back from lunch at 1 o'clock.
Wonderful. Okay, see everybody at 1 p.m. sharp, and we'll take roll for to make sure everyone's back on board. See you at 1 p.m. sharp. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, everyone.
1 p.m.
See you after
Eastern
lunch.
time.
1 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
There
Enjoy
you
your
go.
lunch. Yeah.
All right.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and thank you for returning from the lunch break. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. I'm going to give us about another minute to make sure that we get everyone back online. I'm not seeing everyone's screen. To see a few of you all, but in a minute or so, I'll do a quick roll call, and I will hand it back over to Carolyn to preside us over the remainder of day one of the meeting. Thanks so much for a very productive morning of day one, halfway through the day. Let me give one more minute, then I'm gonna start calling, doing a quick roll call. Okay, let's try with the roll call. This is for e-manifest advisory board members. I'm gonna call your name in alphabetical order. Lauren and Kona, are you present?
I am.
Great, thank you, Lauren. Terry Bear.
Here, Fred.
Wonderful, thank you, Terry. Jennifer Hopper.
I'm here.
Thank you, Jennifer. Vivek Kosar.
I'm here, Fred.
Thank you, Vivek. Angie Martin.
Good afternoon, Fred.
Good afternoon. Sixto Ortiz. I thought I saw him.
Hello.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
here.
okay,
Yeah.
there he is.
Just,
Okay, thank
just
you.
had to take myself off mute. Thank you.
No problem. Stacy Sinclair
I'm here.
and Jackie Velasquez.
I'm here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I will now turn back over to Carolyn Hoskinson, Delegated Chair of the Manifest Advisory Board and Director of Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. Carolyn.
Thank you, Fred. All right. So thank you, everybody, for a great morning. So far, we're doing wonderfully, right? We were ahead of schedule. We were able to take a longer lunch break than we had originally scheduled for ourselves. We had some great questions, clarifying questions from the board members after the EPA presentation. So all gold stars for everyone so far for the first half of day one. So thank you, everybody. I believe if I was counting slide numbers correctly, we should be up to slide number 47, where Brian is going to start the presentation for the afternoon. Brian, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Carolyn. Thank you.
Yay, thanks.
So hello, my name is Brian Gross. I work in the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, primarily on the policy side of the eManifest program, and I will be presenting to you today a electronic manifest policy solution for execution of electronic signatures. Next slide, please. So, as was mentioned earlier during today's meeting, the advisory board in the past recommended that EPA reevaluate the signature requirements for electronic manifests. So we are now considering and presenting today on an electronic signature process that we hope, if it's implemented, would eliminate existing barriers for needing user registration logins for certain company personnel, such as dock workers and truck drivers. We also hope that this approach would eliminate the need for internet access at remote areas of a facility. So, as most of you know, our current electronic manifest signature policy requires employees in physical custody of a shipment to electronically sign electronic manifest at the time of or prior to the custody exchange. So this requires a dock worker and truck driver to obtain a record info account to log into the eManifest system and use the quick sign feature in the eManifest to execute the electronic signature. This process also requires that the dock workers and truck drivers have internet access. And we have learned during past meetings and also during our public meetings, this electronic manifest process and signature execution process have been an obstacle for manifest adoption by generator and transporter companies. I just want to note something here that's important, however, is that although dock workers and truck drivers generally conduct the manifest process, including the electronic signature execution, the RCRA regulations do not actually require that a specific individual or position sign the manifest form. So the regulations actually require the generator, transporter, and designated facility sign the form. In fact, the RCRA regulations or definitions for generator, transporter, and designated facility generally use the term person. So the RCRA regulations define person to mean an individual, trust, firm, federal agency, corporation, state, and so on. So we want to take advantage of this term of person as we pursue an alternate policy solution that would allow company employees other than field employees to execute electronic signatures. So the site manager dispatcher approach that we are presenting today would involve a policy change which would shift the responsibility of the manifest process and the execution of electronic signatures to company personnel in an office setting. This approach also recognizes that unlike the company personnel in the field, the site managers or dispatchers are likely more permanent employees who are located in an office environment and are equipped with basic computer and network technology. Therefore, they would be in the best position to execute the electronic manifest signatures as the generator, transporter, and the receiving facility. So rather than requiring dock workers and truck drivers to register and log in to eManifest to execute the electronic signatures, we would require dispatchers located at the corporate office or other remote locations to register as site managers. So this would essentially mean that the site managers would sign electronic manifests in lieu of the dock workers and truck drivers based on communication between the site manager and dispatcher and the dock workers and truck drivers. So how would this process work if implemented? So essentially, or in general, the company site manager would receive manifest information by cell phone from a dock worker or truck driver, acknowledging that the shipment is ready for transportation. Following receipt of the manifest information, the dispatcher would type their name in the appropriate signature block in box 15, 17, or 20 of the manifest and electronically sign the manifest. I just want to point out that the name of the individual actually electronically signed the manifest must match the type name entered in the signature block of the form. I also want to point out that although these are the general steps for electronic signing a manifest, there are some additional steps that a site manager would have to take when signing box 15. So unlike boxes 17 and 20, the generator or offerer of a shipment must certify in box 15 that the waste shipment has been properly classified, described, packaged, marked and labeled, and is in proper condition for transportation. So this is a DOT shipper certification requirement that we have to apply to any signature policy for box 15. So I just want to point out for box 15, the generator or an offeror, meaning if the transporter offers the shipment into transportation on behalf of the generator, the employee in the field would communicate with the site manager in the office by cell phone, basically reading the complete shipping description to the dispatcher. So if an offeror, the dispatcher reads the shipping description back to the field employee, and receives verbal confirmation or acknowledgement from that field employee that the shipment has been packaged properly and ready for transportation. So the dispatcher, following that verbal confirmation, would document that verbal acknowledgement in box 14 of the manifest and include the date and name of the field employee that they spoke with. And the site manager would also type their name in box 15 and electronically sign that manifest. So that's sort of, those are the additional steps that the generator or offeror would need to apply for the dispatcher electronic signature for box 15. Again, for the other, in terms of the other two boxes, they don't need to do those additional steps. I also want to mention that the signature, the initial signature by the receiving facility, ultimately the receiving facility would have to use the Cromera compliant signature for the final submission. So they could use the quick sign or quicker sign feature to sign their manifest, their initial signatures, but they would have to use the Cromera compliant signature feature in e-manifest to submit the final manifest to the system. Next slide, please. So I just want to say in conclusion, we believe this approach, the dispatcher signature, site manager dispatcher signature approach, is a good one because it would not require dock workers and truck drivers to register in for info, nor would it require them to log into the e-manifest system for the execution of electronic signatures. And I think Amanda mentioned this previously. We also don't anticipate that implementing this approach would require a regulatory change. Essentially, this approach sort of fits in within the existing regulatory framework for signing electronic manifests, and also meets the definition of electronic signature. We also believe the site manager dispatcher approach meets the guidance and criteria established by the General Services Administration and the Chief Information Officers Council for use of electronic signatures in federal organization transactions. So I believe we discussed what constitutes a legally valid and enforceable signature during our public meetings back in October and November of last year. We identified that GSA and CIO document identifies 5 hallmarks that electronic signature must meet for electronic signature execution. So we are very confident that our approach here meets that criteria, those 5 criteria. And the approach that this approach will also facilitate the electronic workflows that we will be discussing later today, or very soon, I should say. And just to reiterate, because there is no need for a rule change, we are confident that implementation of this site manager dispatcher approach would take roughly 6 months to implement and get up and running in the e-manifest system. And lastly, this approach addresses issues with offline signatures. For example, dispatchers would also be able to electronically sign manifests in their own company systems instead of in the e-manifest system. And they would use the quicker sign feature that Scott Christian will be discussing shortly. Thanks.
All right, Fred, should I check and see if anybody has any clarifying questions for Brian before we move on?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Brian? Stacy.
Hi, thank you for your overview. A question I have is related to the haulers. You've been referring to them as having a dispatcher. Have you been considering the small business haulers that may have 1 to 3 vehicles? They don't have a dispatcher. At least in California where I am, they've recently been pressured to have vehicles with that meet the higher air quality standards, which is very expensive. And now there's a whole new system that we're talking about having them adopt, and they don't have someone in the office. They don't have an office. This could have an impact on hiring and use of small business transporters?
The answer to that would be no, and that's something that we certainly would have to sort of have consultations or reach out to those particular haulers to understand their sort of business process. But this is more of a general approach, and the assumption is that the companies, transporter companies, would have employees within a corporate office setting or some remote area, and they could or would be able to communicate with them by cell phone. So to the extent that in the scenario you just described, they have cell phone use, they could still communicate somehow with someone, maybe not, but that's something we have to sort of delve through further and investigate.
Yeah, and I'll just add to Brian's response that this would be in addition to our existing electronic manifest process. So transporters could certainly register and sign in the system as they could do right now. With a small business, if you only have 2 or 3 drivers, it's probably a little easier to make sure personnel is registered and in the system. A lot of the concerns we've heard from transporters is high driver turnover. And so it's really hard to make sure that drivers are registered over time. But with a small business, perhaps that's a little easier, maybe not. But there would be 2 ways to sign electronically.
Correct.
I'm just kind of putting on the table the thought that, when you've got a large project, contractor may be subcontracting with a number of small business haulers. So yes, there's a lot of turnover, but they're different businesses. That's in addition to the complication of one large business that has turnover within its business.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Brian? Angie.
Hi, it's Angie Martin. Brian, thank you for that explanation. So I have a kind of a question I'm trying to get my head around. Would the dispatcher be a site manager in order to do this? And the reason I ask is there's specific permissions that go along with a site manager that we may or may not want a dispatcher to have.
Right. So the assumption here is that the office personnel or the dispatcher would need to register in Record Info, obtain an e-manifest account, and so that they can use QuickSign to sign electronically the manifest, or they could sign within their own company system. And Scott Christian will talk about that in a few minutes. In their own system using QuickerSign, the QuickerSign feature, but in all cases they would need to be registered as site managers to do that.
So, okay. So then that would go along with all the privileges that go with being a site manager, I guess, to finish my question.
Correct.
Yeah, and Scott or Steve can correct me if I'm wrong. So each site manager or dispatcher would have to have a site manager. That's a rule. But if you have one dispatcher company with one site manager, you could have other dispatchers that don't have to be site manager, but they could still sign for the dispatcher. Is that correct? Using QuickSign.
Yeah, we'll get into the nitty gritty about that. In the correspondence, Scott and William worked up sort of a demo, and there's actual pictures. But yes, so it's the site manager is going to be able to do the work of a dispatcher in this functionality. It would serve as a dispatcher to the e-manifest system and say, yeah, this shipment was picked up. If a dispatcher, sort of outside of the system, the dispatcher can do dispatcher activities, but to behave as a dispatcher in e-manifest, you need to have a site manager access. That sort of makes sense.
And I'm suggesting, have you thought that maybe not everyone would want to give all their dispatchers all of the access that a site manager gets, and possibly have you considered yet another category in order to limit the access?
There is a lot of things, and I don't want to sort of step on Scott's toes, but yeah, there are ways for companies to shape this where basically, we can, as a site manager, you can control as many sites as you get allowed to. And, you can sort of set it up in your own internal organization where the dispatcher reports to the site manager somehow through your own internal system. And then that site manager updates all the manifests. There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways around this, or not a lot of ways around this. But there's a lot of ways. Like Amanda was saying, there's no way real either or. There's a lot of different ways for our users to tell the system that, hey, this waste has left this thing.
Did you consider maybe a dispatcher being able to like be the certifier instead of the site manager?
That is part of the consideration, and yeah, we'll get to that later on. But that you'll see that later.
I'm wondering, Angie,
Actually,
if it would.
I'm sorry.
I'm wondering
Actually,
if
as
it
I
would
think
be-
about this more, I think Amanda's correct. You don't necessarily have to be a site manager to.
Yeah, we called it this. I know, and it's actually this is a good comment. We called it site manager dispatcher to make it clear
Right.
it was someone away from the dock, away from
Okay.
the driver. But
she's
the
correct.
company just needs a site manager. Other
Right.
people in those companies can sign electronically using QuickSign. Which is what is
Correct.
available
She's
now.
absolutely right.
So I'm actually wondering if the following presentation, which we haven't seen yet, would help answer your questions, Angie. So I'm wondering if we could defer your questions, see if the following presentation actually answers your questions. And then after that, we can come back. And if it didn't answer your questions, you can ask more. But Jen, I think you had your hand up with a question.
I was gonna, this is Jennifer Hopper, I was gonna basically bring to the table the certifier option. So it's kind of already a little bit covered in, I guess, if it doesn't get addressed in the next session, then I'll bring it back up.
Great.
I do want to bring something up. This is Steve Donnelly. However, we do think that sort of one of the recommendations for the site manager is that if you're going to be doing this, the site manager permission allows a user to not just do e-manifest activity, but it allows them to use other aspects of RCRA info that aren't e-manifest, but are still very important for your company's hazardous waste compliance. Like depending on the state, they can update, a site manager has access to update the site ID form, or it could file a biennial report or annual report submission. It can do you can manage your users, you can get an EPA ID and key. So there is a lot of there's a lot of great stuff out there for site managers that, yes, work for eManifest and work for what we're going to propose, but also in the broader context of the RCRA info application and RCRA in general, there's a lot of great things to be said about being a site manager.
All right. I don't see any more hands up, so I think Scott is getting ready to present.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I just need to have the ball to be able to share. So Frank, can you, or Fred?
So you have slides that we don't have?
Yeah, we went over this the other day. This is the presentation, the demonstration I'm giving. It's not slides, sure. It's a demonstration.
Right, okay, demonstration.
Yeah. Great. So I'm looking at my bigger screen and perfect. Share screen, I see the button now. Thank you. Here, share screen number 2, which is what you see, and share. Awesome. All righty. So I'm going to go back and share the screens that we do have, the slides we do have. So we're here in QuickSign, and which is basically QuickSign by a service. So as Brian mentioned, this option applies to site manager dispatcher, does apply to certifiers. I could have made the demo work so it had a certifier in it, and maybe we can do that later, but all users today will be site managers. And it's basically we're modifying our existing services. So eManifest, as Steve mentioned earlier, we have most of our data comes in via services. So system to system approach, and that's what we're building off that and the success we've had there. So users with network connectivity can sign in external systems integrated with the eManifest API, and I plan to show you all that as well. I'm first going to go over a demonstration of Worker info in general, just for those who have not seen worker info, or use their own corporate systems and don't really get into worker info that often. And then and also, like I said, users can still sign worker info. So like Amanda and Brian were saying. So the demonstration, there's going to be 2 demonstrations. Demonstrations have been running about 25 minutes. So demo 1 is all going to be in the web application. I'm going to give a brief tour of worker info for the industry app, worker info industry app, those of you who have not seen it. And then it'll go through with 1 generator, 1 transporter, 1 receiving facility. Demo number 2 is going to build off that. We're going to use services and the web application. And this scenario is going to have a run where transporter 1 is picking up at 3 generators and then handing the waste off to a transporter 2 to eventually chance it off to the receiving facility. So with that, I'm going to stand, and here we are. And actually, I see Jen in the things. Jen, give me a thumbs up. Can you see everything? Can you see my screen? Awesome, awesome. All right. So here we are in worker info, and we're gonna log in as FACO demo Gen. You can see up here the generator's name. It's generator. We can look at her profile, and we have a lot of tools within worker info. So this is the worker industry app. My sites, the test generator is the site name that we'll be going to in Arlington, Virginia. We can see information about her users, reports that we have that she can use, tools, which are the ability to manage her users. Yes,
Scott, I'm sorry. Can you enlarge the screen? Do you have the capability?
Yeah,
to do
absolutely,
that?
absolutely.
Thank you.
There you go. I think that's about as large as I can get it.
Thank you.
Cutting
That's
stuff
good.
off.
Thank you.
All right. No, thank you, Brett. I'm just gonna shrink this down. All righty. So back to where I was. We have a lot of reports that you can use about manifests, about sites, about the waste import export tracking system, tools, API creator. This user happens to be a site manager, so they can get an API ID and key. And this user can also do user maintenance, maintain their users as well as their electronic signature agreements. We have a ton of documentation and videos through LearningZen, also a state participation link. So what does this state, what states use and what does your state use? Parts of worker info. And we'll get into that a little bit. And finally, one of our big things is this feedback report and issue link in here, and it's staffed by federal employees, mostly William and I, and a gentleman named Chris Muir. And we answer these questions that come in. So it is very good. And then test generator, we're going to go in and start this demo. We are in a sandbox environment, so I don't have the map turned on, but this would show you where the map is. Let's see, how do I edit my site information? Kind of related to that state participation, like I mentioned earlier. My worker ID is for notification forms, final report, which we'll be talking about later today. It's for the final report. Annual report is for certain states that have annual reporting requirements and have opted into using worker info for gathering that information. WEETS is the waste import export tracking system. So if you're sending waste abroad, you'll be using that system to get your notification forms. But we're here to talk about eManifest. And this is the eManifest dashboard. As you can see, Test Generator is a very active site. And as a generator, you can create a new manifest. You can also sign manifests in bulk or individually. You can search for manifests. This is that kind of key thing that Steve was talking about later, where you're looking for your manifest and you can find it, or depending on what you need, and also the check manifest status, which will tell you if a manifest is in the system or not, and whether you can see it or not. So here we are, and we're looking at manifest, and today we're going to be looking at this manifest right here. It's in progress, and It was created at 1:09 this afternoon. So in the manifest, this manifest is scheduled, ready for transport. We can open up the manifest for this is the version that has to be printed and put on a truck. Now, the nice thing about this is it can be used with any printer. It's 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. You don't need a special printer. You don't need an impact printer for it. And it has all the information that is on the manifest. So in this manifest here, it's electronic. That's the manifest tracking number. Potential ship date, which I mentioned earlier, is here. It's an optional field if you want to make a manifest early and say when it's going to be. If there's residues and imports, that information can be highlighted as well. Here's the generator information. You can edit some of this information, but like Steve was saying earlier, it's there. When we created the manifest, it was put in there and it's in there. Also, somebody from that site has to sign. And so we can tell if the site can e-sign. We can also tell if the site can quick sign. Which is, they can do a quick sign, they can use the manifest, they can use electronic manifesting. And finally, if they have a registered manifest user, and this is a question that Angie had asked earlier about mailing back, you can tell from a generator using our services to find out if the generator has a registered user, and therefore you would not need to mail back a paper manifest. But we're here to talk about electronic manifest, not paper manifest. So I will skip. All right, and then same thing with the transporter. Yes, for this case, it has to be yeses straight across for it to be a hybrid or an electronic manifest. Well, you at least need a quick sign. And then also the designated facility as well. Waste characteristics, right here for lines 9 through 3. This is a hazardous materials manifest line with a D001 waste code. So it's ignitable waste, and it's going for solvents recovery. And then the next line is a PCB line. And then we have our verbal acknowledgement. So verbal acknowledgement from Archie Cat on 10.4. And the dispatcher put that in. And we're here finally at the signature. We have a bunch of information that you can put in for special handling for the manifest. On each waste line, you can enter a special handling instruction. And then also the reference information for this waste, you have specialized information. So whether that's a rail car number, in this case, a profile number, a truck ID, different pieces of information you want on the manifest so that can help you search within your systems. So we are here with the generator operators type name. As I mentioned, I got a phone call from Archie Cat. And that was a 10 on 10/4, October 4th. You can see my signature isn't there yet, but I'm going to review in QuickSign. I can review the manifest. We're doing a demo. I'm going to go rather quickly through. You've already seen everything. And I'm going to click QuickSign. So perfect. This manifest is still in scheduled state, but it's been updated at 1:33, as you can see. And now I'm going to log out. The transport is going to log in. Here we are. Right here. I'm not going to go through the same spiel I just went through, but here we are at test transporter. Log in, and there are direct links, and I'll be showing you those a little bit later that you can use to get directly to a manifest. But we wanted to use the web app and go from there. So here we are. We can see this manifest is right here, 133, but they have a lot of manifests that are in flight right now. So let's search to make sure we have the right one. We're going to click in here. Looking through, scrolling through, everything looks great. And I'm also a dispatcher for test transporter. My name is Transporter, and I received my call. I didn't have to put in section 14 from Bill Clover. The date sign was 10/4. review and quick sign. You can see that's a much quicker experience than your previous, and I can review and then quick sign again. And I'm just double checking my notes here. Perfect. And now we're going to log out. Log in as a TSDF. So the TSDF, it's TestDef, is our user. She is going to be signing the manifest in a slightly different way. So this manifest is in ready for signature. It has not been received yet. But it has been signed by, scroll down to the signature. So it's section 15, Archie Cat, generator, Bill Clover, transporter. I got this waste from Bill Clover. And if TestDef had been a preparer, she would have seen review and quick sign like you saw on all the other pages. But this one says review and sign because she is a certifier or a site manager. And so she can sign the manifest fully as received because the manifest meets all the business rules that is needed. Management method codes were entered previously, which I showed. And now we can click sign. And here we have to go through the Chrome signature. Now, the Chrome signature is what was before QuickSign. Now that it's fun, there are several pieces of it a user has to go through to sign, re-logging in, a secret question, and then sign. So now, here we are, the manifest is signed complete. It is 1:36 p.m. And with that, I'm now going to start demo number 2. So demo number 2, as you remember, was 3 generators on a run from the first one. So what we need to do is we know we're going back to test generator and we're going to pick up the same exact shipment, just at a later time. And what we need to do is we can look at it, we can see the history when it was created, when it was last updated. We can also see the version history for the manifest. Click on it, see every version. So if this has been corrected 5 times, you can see everybody who corrected it, when they corrected it, and you can see what the version looked like when they corrected it. You can also get their email address and phone number to contact them in case you have additional questions. But this one, we're going to copy. We know it's the same exact for the most part, and we just need to make some small edits. So we're going in here, we're going to set it to scheduled, as we know. We'll have a potential ship date of today. We could change the generator, but we're not going to. We are going to add in another transporter. So VAB, or I could have just, that seems a little bit much, so I'm just going to do test TSDF Virginia. Save and return, and I don't want that to be the second transporter. I actually want it to be the first transporter. So I'm going to move this up, and now that's there. So the first transporter will be test TSDF Virginia. The second transporter will be the test transporter. Now we're going to go through. Save. And we're going to make this one an electronic manifest and save it. So now we're going to log out. And we're going to log back in as the demo, as generator. Generator is here. And this is the manifest we're looking at 139. So we scroll down. Again, it's the same as before. We got a verbal acknowledgement from Archie Cat on 10.4. We're going to add in their forward, and action on that. Oops, that's not what that's Archie. Yeah. And I could have easily just, signed it myself, but decided to do this. So here we are. Let's scroll down. We're going to hit quick sign. Everything's good there. So now we're going to mix things up. I promised services. We're going to go to services, and I'm going to show you their services. So this is Postman, for those of you who are familiar, and sorry, Fred, I cannot make this one bigger. But this is a system is built on top of this. I'm just going to show you how our system talks with the manifest. So this is a system to system view. We'll get into a user interface of sorts in the next, but just want to show you. So they click, so they're going to the next one. They're going to send up a hybrid manifest. And it comes back and you'll see 1164 here. We're going to go in a quicker sign and we're going to send it again. And it is signed. So we sent up that Dr. Ivor was the printed signature and the date that they signed it. And we have the update to the manifest tracking number that we had just created, and go through and we see who had done it, who would sign on their behalf as well. And we're going to do that again for the second manifest. And this is all stuff that happened in their system. However, look, there could be many things happening in their system, but they're sending this up so they can have that information. And so now these are both signed. We're going to come back in here, log out. If you remember, you have to go back into test DHCF because I did not sign that other manifest, but I will do that one by service. Rolling. That's the latest one, which was 63. Yeah. Tran over here, come back in here. And this is signing that original manifest that we had created with the generator. So we're back in here. This is now the second transporter, test transporter for this shipment. They have be before. Gotcha. We got an error. That's fine. All right. We'll go back to this one later. And Dr. Iverson. Great. Now we're going into the transporters application. So this is their application that they have. It's in Excel, and the reason I did it in Excel is because Steve likes to say basically everybody wants Excel. The main reason is also I wanted to show you can use services to develop with a wide variety of tools. Excel, Access are one, but William put on our GitHub site a Python implementation. We've had a Java implementation reference information on GitHub as well. And I know a colleague of ours is working on a Django implementation. Folks use a lot of different tools to build with our services, and they can be integrated into a lot of different tools and applications, similar to what we're mentioning earlier about electronic logging devices. Those can be integrated to depending on the device. We're going to go in quicker sign. Yes, I want to proceed. We're starting the signature. And we did the manifest tracking number. For those two were there. We got an error on the other one, which is fine. We're going to go here. And now we're back in to the TSDFs site page. And what I just did is I'm using one of our services called the UI link service. The last application used our search service to find all the manifests that were in transit. And this one is using our UI link service to give our TSDF site direct access to the manifest they want to sign. And of course, they'd have to open up a browser and log in, but they can go directly to the page they want to sign and be able to sign the manifests that are ready for signature. And we can see that these two are here, they're ready. The other one didn't ship for some odd reason, but we have received these two and we'll be able to sign them. We can sign them with the Chrome Air signature. I said you would have to re-log in. So there we are. So we're back in there, and that it concludes the demo. And I guess we'll take questions, and I will stop sharing. Or yeah.
All right. Does anyone have any clarifying questions on this presentation? Maybe it helped answer some of the earlier questions. Maybe not. Anyone? Jen.
I just want to, I have two clarifying questions. One, they have to put in the comment box who called them, or doesn't have to be, it's optional.
So I will defer to Brian on that one. There's a DOT regulation that you don't have a, so I will refer to Brian.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
In the demo, he put in the comment section who called him from the generator at the loading dock. I can't remember his name now, but he's the one who called, excuse me, the site manager to say, go ahead and do the quick sign. Does that have to be, recorded in the comment section, or is that optional?
So the DOT shipper certification requirements, it's in terms of a verbal certification, there has to be documentation that verbal acknowledgement happened. So that's a requirement, a DOT requirement. So it's not optional.
Okay. And my second clarification question is, I see a lot of, where it says yes or no, if they have the quick sign option, and stuff like that. Is that going to be added to the permissions? Or, because right now our permissions are viewer, preparer, certifier, and site manager. So I'm assuming a certifier can sign for eManifest, which we can give them just eManifest permissions for that. So that way we don't have to give them site manager permission, give them access to everything and anything. But is the quick sign going to be added to that, or is that incorporated already?
Scott, you want to answer that?
Sure. So, so the quicker sign is incorporated into it. If they can e-sign, they can quicker sign. If quick sign is just if they have a preparer. And yeah, so one of the things that we definitely would want to hear about, I'm glad you brought it up, Jen, is where that needs to be documented. Does it need to be documented in? Can we automate it? We do have a ticket to automate that statement, to help automate that statement for verbal. So we just want to, we definitely want to hear back and get feedback on that. So.
Jen, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Angie has her hand up.
I know, surprise. It's Angie Martin, and I have a couple questions. The first is, Brian, I understand what you're saying about the DOT piece, but maybe it's a question for Scott. Can it go anywhere other than 14? 14 gets really cluttered. Could we maybe make a special place for it since it doesn't have to print on the manifest?
Yeah, this is Steve Donnelly. We'll leave. That is a we'll take that and under advisement. I think we'll talk that through. But that is something that we have heard, and form changes are a different process. But thank you for popping on, Brian. But I think that's something.
Sorry, I had a little technical glitch there. We're at this time we're just proposing block 14 as a place where that documentation can happen. So it's not necessarily etched in stone. And I think we can sort of figure out ways to implement that and perhaps wouldn't necessarily have to go in block 14 or item 14, but that's, so to answer your question, we haven't made a final determination at this time. It's just some proposal or suggestion at this point.
All right, I have a couple more questions. That's very enlightening.
Keep going, Angie.
So thank you. Can it, we talked about we're making this phone call to the driver's calling or texting the dispatcher, and they're putting the person's name in there. Is that a DOT requirement? Because the reason I ask is, in my opinion, it's a chain of custody between companies, not between people. So I feel weird signing somebody else's name. So does it have to be the name of the driver is the question.
No, I'm sorry. So we're talking about box 15, correct? Because the shipper certification only applies, the DOT requirement only applies to box 15. So are you asking whether you need to document the person's, the dock worker or truck driver's name in whatever space we use? I'd have to look at the DOT regulation again, but I thought it stated that, I don't know if it's sufficient enough to say that you spoke to an individual at the dock or a truck driver. I think it may have mentioned that you have to reference that person's name, but I'd have to go back to the regulation to confirm that.
Okay. I guess I meant like in the signature block. Is that, I can't remember.
I'm sorry, the signature block, that should be the dispatcher's name.
The dispatcher. Okay.
I thought I misunderstood you.
Okay,
that
I
must
misunderstood then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it must be the dispatcher's name.
Perfect. And then I saw when Scott was going through, there were lots of revisions, like I think revision 5. Is there a way to tell what was revised, or is it just you have to kind of like do your own compare?
So actually, great question. So we did release a new report about corrections. When a manifest is corrected, that you can download in those reports that I mentioned. We are working on a couple things. William's working on a data analysis tool, but we are also working on the development side of building this in, because it has been a request that several users have asked for. Very recently, it got very much of a hot topic during the state corrections piece, because we were involving states and industry, and thanks again to all who tested and provided feedback. So that is a topic that we are investigating, working on to make that clear of who made the correction. I also forgot to mention, and Steve reminded me, it was part of the presentation, but it slipped my mind. The changes in order to implement what I just showed are extremely minor. They're very small changes within, and I used existing services to get everything in. The existing search service, the UI link service, things like that. We did create one new service, which is the sign service, because obviously that doesn't exist to sign, but the other parts are there with using existing elements, etc. So, but yeah, thanks, Angie, and also thanks for asking that question about correction, because it is on a lot of people's minds.
Yes, this is Steve. Just to restate again what Scott just said. So yeah, 80 to 85% of our manifests are coming in through data services. And I think, thanks to, a lot of hard work on industry side and our side, yeah, it's pretty much, I think everyone knows how to submit data to the e-manifest system without too much of an error going through data services. So our services library is a couple hundred deep, and those get used all the time by everybody. And we're just adding 1 or 2 more service calls. I mean, not exact, but this is even though this is sort of a broad change, it's a very sort of, say minor-ish, I'll say minor, why not? Minor. It's a minor change to the data, the structured data upload that's being done all the time and probably happening right now as we speak.
All right. So Angie, you said you had several questions. Did we get through them all?
We got through them all. Thank you, Carolyn.
Great. And Stacy has her hand up next.
Thanks for that. This is Stacy Sinclair. Question, in this system, as you've mapped it out, is the only space that can be customized now the special handling space?
I'm on mute. What do you mean by the only thing that be customized?
So for example, like we have I'll just use, myself as an example. We have many projects happening that all come to the same place for documentation and sorting. And so people don't memorize all the EPA ID numbers. So we need amazingly enough, right? So we need a space where we can put the name of the project. And so we tend to put that in the generator's address attached to the lat long or physical address. But if that's pre-slugged based on the EPA ID number, that will not be able to be customized. So where would we now put specific information on the site, specific information on where to pick up that waste, where it's located, the profile number, et cetera, contract that these are attached to? Is that only done in the special handling?
No. So actually, I'm really glad you asked that question. Thank you. So you can still edit, and through services, I could have, but I chose a option from our GitHub site on purpose. That was very bare bones, but also on the GitHub site, we have those customizations so that you can put generator information in there that falls obviously into street 1, street 2, city, state. So you can override it, but you have to knowingly do that, override it to put it in. So if you have your own information for it there. With that said, if the street is completely wrong, we have reports and things for regulators to see, like, hey, why are you using an ID for this one, for that? So you do need to make sure you're doing the right address, but you can put the additional information, like, certain, you're mentioning construction, a lot of cities have corner of Wabash and East, and manhole cover at corner of Wabash and East, and yeah, that's a legitimate thing. So you want to put those in. So we do have that.
There are just a lot of nuances that are different. Most of the presentation has been geared towards operational kind of sites. And while I've got plenty of that in the work that I do, we're also the largest construction owner right now in the United States. So imagine one person managing all those manifests.
All right, Stacy, if that answered your question, I see Terry has his hand up.
Yeah, I thought the presentation, the demo that was just done was phenomenal. I know that in prior advisory meetings, we talked about how critical it was that outreach was a component of the adoption. And so I know that you guys have done like the webinars, but just wondering of what you've done beyond that. I know in Arizona, it's been our experience when we look at our customers that usually outside of the LQGs that the site managers tend to be someone that's more of a safety background, and they're kind of thrust into the DOT and the environmental side. And so they're very new. And so just trying to think of like, how you get further engagement that way.
Thanks, Terry. This is Steve Donnelly. I'll take this one. So this is not going to be it's not a very sophisticated approach, but it has been very effective. So how we've been working on engaging users to get more involved, to get more to use the system that people aren't using is we've been focusing on, since for the last two and a half years, sort of looking at the large quantity generators and also sites that aren't large quantity but are using manifest a lot and may have a registered user at one site, but on somewhere else they don't. So for example, there's a giant hardware store that is a depot for things. There is a few, we noticed that in the system, there's a couple sites that did have a registered site manager, and there's thousands that did not have a registered site manager. So contacting those people that are registered and using the system and letting them know, here's a pool of all the sites that we have associated with your company that we think would be a really good place for you to go. And also basically, looking at the generators who are using that are being named on manifest but aren't using our system, and then looking at the other aspects of the information we have in RCRA info, such as the most recent site ID form. We can see who's listed as the owner operator, who's listed as the contact, and it was as simple as taking a few hours every week, few hours every month, and cold calling up someone just to say, hey, this is Steve from the EPA. I've noticed you're getting a lot of manifests for your site, but you don't have anybody in the system who can go in and look at them. We have all these reports. We have also recently updated our site manager fact sheet to share with them. And it's not exactly a what do you call a sophisticated operation, but as we said earlier, it's really bearing a lot of fruit. We're getting a lot of new users into the system, and a lot of them are from the generator and the transporter side that are not only when they get into the system are they looking at the manifest they have, they're also contacting us, and they're contacting your regions and their states, as well as their receiving facility they contract with, and making sure that all the manifests they have on their side, what they have in their filing cabinet is what's in the EPA's filing cabinet, and doing data quality checks on that. So we also know that it's like sort of walk before you can run. So we've been just getting them in the system and showing them as is, then ideally, we move forward and get some more electronic. But yeah, we do have the ability just to see who's doing manifest that isn't in the system. And yeah, I have a form email, and we have regions helping out and states helping out just to get them registered in the system.
And also, Terry, people ask us questions a lot on services issues that they have, or questions they have about using services or adopting a new service. So the correction service has been a hot topic for folks who haven't been doing that before, or the get service, so they can bring down information. We also have a couple sites where trying to go either fully electronic or starting to use their services, especially since the whole paper mail went down. We have people who are starting to adopt more and more rather than just using image only to really kind of cut those costs in more than half. So they ask us questions, we respond.
No, that's great. And I remember in a prior discussion, it was talked about that how brokers could help to kind of drive the adoption rate. Just because obviously the widespread interaction with the customer base. And so I know in Arizona, we've really seen that the system use is really driven by, the end user. So whether it be in the receiving facility or, the brokers up front. So that was really just a kind of context of where I was looking at. So at least you get more users, but obviously it's still not increasing the adoption or the usage rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I don't see any more hands up, but I'm going to say that slowly in case someone thinks of a question for Scott. Still not seeing any hands, so I think we're ready to go to William's presentation up next.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm William Nicholas. I'm with the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. And as Steve mentioned this morning, I'm the data lead for eManifest. So everything that you've seen so far has built on itself. The ability to quicker sign that is signed via services is predicated on the idea that the person who is sending up that information, who has the API, is not necessarily the person who's right at the dock. And based on that, we are considering implementing one of two major changes to the workflow. And that thereafter, we're referring to those by option A, the daily batch upload. And then after I finish, Scott's going to walk through option B, what we're calling data no image, similar to what we know today as data plus image, but fully electronically. So if you'll advance the slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is used in conjunction with the quicker sign option, and which itself is based on the site manager dispatcher policy decision that Brian talked about earlier. So under this option, users could complete the information, complete the manifests, sign it, all that in an industry system. And that system would send the information up using services, like as Steve mentioned, more than 85% of you already, or 85% of the manifests do day in and day out. And using those APIs, send the information to us, update us on a daily basis. So it gives significantly more flexibility over having to log into RCRA info, having to have your phone out there at the truck. It expands our flexibility. So if you'll advance to the next slide, I can talk a bit about it with this example. So if you imagine, say a TSDF has a computer system, the generator has a system, depending on the size of these various companies, whatever, but they can engage in a business agreement, which system they want to use. And that system will call to eManifest using the APIs, and it'll build the initial structure of the manifest. It will get one of the unique manifest tracking numbers. And from there on out, the businesses can fill out the information. They can put in the information of when it changed hands, all the usual stuff in that system. And likely you're already doing that in some form or fashion. You're probably logging into your TSDF's facility to pay your bill or to enter the information, request a pickup date, that kind of stuff. And so we're talking about doing that there, building on the quicker sign and the site manager function. That's, you can pick it up, you can change custody, and then when you're back in an area where it's safe for the truck driver to use their cell phone or something like that, or you get into service again, you can contact your person in the office who will update that information in that industry system. And all of that's great. We're happy with all that, as long as every 24 hours that system sends up to us the information associated with that manifest. So every 24 hours we see, okay, yesterday it was here, now the transporter has it on day 2, final day it gets to the TSDF and they note that it's final. At that point, again, we'll have the usual Chrome Air compliant. They will still have to go into RCRA info, sign it the way we usually do, but that's something your staff, TSDF folks are likely already accustomed to. So this leverages the success of the APIs that we've got. Like we keep saying, more than 85% of these manifests are already produced that way, but now gives you a lot more flexibility as to what system you complete it in, where and when you communicate that information and frees up some of the regulatory requirements based on those previous decisions and adjustments that my colleagues mentioned earlier. So if you'll advance the slide, please. There are a couple of considerations here. So first and foremost, the industry systems are going to have to push to us. There's not going to be any EPA system calling out to yours to ask for that information. It'll have to come to us. That'll be once a day with the details of every manifest until it's resolved, finalized, perfected. But that does give tremendous flexibility to complete the manifests in the industry system, fewer direct interactions with RCRA info, leverages our APIs and EPA, and our state regulators appreciate it because we imagine that this will give more accurate manifest information. It'll do it more quickly. It'll allow us to enforce business rules to reduce, kind of the paper errors you get when it's like, oh, is that a 6? Is that a 9? That kind of thing. And as Steve mentioned, this information is already living in industry systems, and we already have a lot of API implementation on the ground. And so we imagine that this is one of the less burdensome options, and the implementation effort would be more minimal. We're projecting about 1 to 2 years to implement that. We think that this improved data quality would, serve all parties better and would result in improved biennial report integration, and on the whole represents, one of our 2 proposed options. So as I note here, and will be noted extensively throughout the remainder of the presentation, this is an either or. The first 2 options, the site manager dispatcher policy decision, the implementation of signing via services, aka quicker sign, those are assumed building blocks. But from here on out, the daily batch upload and data no image are mutually exclusive. And I will hand it over to Scott to discuss the data no image, the opposite consideration, and then we can take questions on our 2 proposals and any questions you may have.
Scott?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, William. And yes, so thank you for excellent data, daily batch. And now we're going to data no image. So please go to the next slide. So as William mentioned and as mentioned previously, data no image is very similar to what we have today in the data plus image model that most manifests are coming in with some tweaks to make them electronic. So this can be used developing off of what Brian was saying earlier. So kind of Brian's key piece of information there. And then it allows users to process the manifest in an industry system, entirely in the industry system, upload the manifest at the end of the chain of custody, but also gives generators, transporters the opportunity to verify the electronic manifest at the end of the process. So please go to the next slide. Now, this may look like a very involved map, but it is actually much simpler. If you think about it, we have this concept of receipt. So the first thing that needs to happen where you see the 1 and the 2 is the electronic manifest needs to come from our system, the electronic manifest number. We're the registered printer, so to speak, of the numbers. And so the TSDF would request it and send up an initial copy of the manifest that would, match what reality should be. Understand sometimes drums aren't picked up, and sometimes an extra drum could be added if applicable and meeting certain criteria. But that would be an initial copy of the manifest. So it's in the system. We have an approximate date of when it might have come. Yes, there could be an issue and you might have to come back the next day, but in general, it's there. Then after that, the 3, 4, and 5, the manifest proceeds in the industry system. It is tracked in the industry system at each point. And the TSDF, the yellow lines, sends back receipts. Now, these receipts are basically the manifest copies that we have today. It's just making sure, and they can be electronic. We'll get more into that in the next slide, but please don't go to the next slide. And then after the shipment is done, the TSDF sends that manifest out. And we have currently weekly emails. Steve mentioned a new one that we have for non-registered companies, but we also have for registered companies. And the sites on the manifest would be updated saying, hey, this is in there, please go in and verify your post-submission data. So making sure that people are looking at the data and verifying the data quality. So to like Stacy's comment from my previous presentation, the even if the address is updated, somebody's in there and says the address is correct. Whereas with the daily batch, somebody's in there and they're signing. And with the quicker sign, somebody's in there and they're signing. This one, they're making sure that the address is correct, the information is correct on their manifest. And then, like we said, we leverage the API. It's very similar to what we have today. If you please go to the next slide. So considerations, similar slide to what William presented. The basic things, because these receipts would be required, we expect we're going to have to do rulemaking, and that would take about 4 to 5 years for us to implement, just in a typical rulemaking timeframe. Industry users can complete and they have fewer direct interactions with the EPA system. They can use a system they're more comfortable with, a system that integrates more broadly with their systems, similar to the daily batch that William was mentioning. We would allow industry users to request electronic DLC numbers in bulk, but we probably set limits to avoid spamming and creating large amounts of numbers that wouldn't get used. But we do see that has been a comment that has come if we were to ever allow for something like this. EPA would define what constitutes a standard receipt. So this would be part of the regulation, what that receipt must look like, what it would be, and then what is sent to the EPA and what is sent to the generators must be identical and immutable, so that we would know what their inspectors could do their jobs more efficiently. Will likely complicate the electronic exception reporting. This is kind of a risk, something that we have concern about. We definitely want input on, because we're not, even though we're getting that initial this might happen manifest, we don't know until the end of the shipment what happened and what was shipped. And so this is a strong consideration that we need to look into. And we recognize there may be an administrative burden with the increase in need to track receipts and data verification, but however, this may offset by improved data quality and also potential burden reductions related to biennial reporting, which we'll be getting into later on. And with that, I believe it was Steve, right?
I just wanted to ask if anybody had clarifying questions for you, Scott. Anyone? Sixto.
Good afternoon, this is Sixto Ortiz with WM. And Scott, I just want to clarify, when you mentioned receipts, you are saying that the receipt will be a copy of the manifest that is in progress. So essentially the receipt would be like a draft copy of the manifest as it works through the system, or is it some other type of receipt?
That is to be determined. Unlike the quicker sign stuff that I demoed that we could implement fairly quickly, this is something that would take a rulemaking notice and comment. So yeah, it all depends. Like I have my personal opinions on it, but yeah.
Because it seems to me that it would add a lot more administrative burden than maybe we're thinking about or we're considering. So I would ask that y'all consider that the potential burden that you might add by doing this. Thanks.
Thank you, Sixto. Angie has her hand up.
Hi, Angie Martin with Heritage. So we've been talking about MTNs all day, and the way I follow both the presentation, both sections, both options we just went through, in both cases, the MTN has to come from EPA first. And I'm wondering, is there a good reason for that? Or can't we get, like, can't the TSDs or the facilities or the brokers get a batch of those MTN numbers like they do for like the printers now?
Yeah, you can definitely get a batch of them in front. That was in the.
Yeah, you talked about that. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, we definitely want to allow you to get batch because we understand, you need them quickly. You need them for longer periods of time, and like you mentioned earlier, for labeling, you need them for that. So that is definitely understood. You could get them batch, but like a registered printer, there needs to be a uniqueness and a control over it.
Absolutely. So then there seems to be, we keep coming back to, before anything happens, it has to, I just want to make sure I'm following this, that it has to be at EPA first before the manifest is actually made. Does the MTN or could the facility or the broker make it and then the next day on the upload let EPA know? I'm not sure I followed that for sure.
Scott, I think I can answer that. William Nicholas, EPA. Angie, is it fair to characterize your question as, if there's going to be a shipment, you know who the customer is, generally what's going to be on it, could you pre-prepare that information before you assign it to a number?
My question is more the opposite of that. Here's an example. You have a truck turnover on the side of the road with no internet availability. That does actually happen. And then, so the manifest gets made in an offline piece with a predetermined MTN. And then the next morning, that whole thing, could it then be uploaded to EPA?
Yeah, Scott, my sense is, as long as the MTN has been, the MTN is pulled down from us, and when we ask folks to pull the MTN down beforehand, we're not asking, the requirement is not you have to send us every detail of the manifest to get the MTN. If you requested it in batches, we can't possibly know the details of all, 300, 500, whatever you might pull down. But just at the beginning of the shipment process, there needs to be some sense of what is on the manifest. And so I'll defer to my colleagues to confirm this, but I think it would be reasonable to assume that you could pull the MTN down in a batch at one point, fill the information out, and then as long as it goes up in that first day, that that satisfies the needs of this workflow. And then certainly if, because of the short-term nature, the emergency response or whatever like that, if it is noted that some kind of change has to be made, if it wasn't what you originally thought, that kind of those corrections, that's another advantage of these, proposals where either we're seeing the changes every day or where there's the standardized receipts. When things are changed, it's made obvious. There's a much greater record of it than, a scratched out paper and a couple different colors of ink that somebody has to sort out at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. So daily batch, definitely, William, we do say that that initial copy, but yeah, that could, be something different, so in theory, but yeah, for your part of daily batch, that's, definitely what could happen. It's after the fact, and they submit it. They've gotten the number, but they're doing that. But for the no image, that's definitely something that would need to be considered. Because
and part of the reason for the receipts.
Yeah.
Angie, I'm trying to tell if you look troubled by the information that was shared or.
Well, actually, I was pretty sure Amanda was going to say something. That's what I was.
Amanda?
Yeah, sorry, but actually, I was going to go back to Sixto's comment. So yes, Angie, feel free to finish if you.
I think that I got it. The only last question would be, what do you consider the first day? Because in my mind, the first day is assuming that it's within that first 24 hours when that gets uploaded that first time. You see what I'm saying? Like, because if it happens at 10 o'clock at night, it may not hit till the next morning. I'm just trying to figure out what the first day, what the definition is.
Anyone?
I think we're open to any 24-hour period.
Yeah, it's a day is a day from from the initial the generators, when that generators box 15, I can't remember, generators offers. There's a this is also, sort of, we have our regs, we understand them, but we also want to hear sort of the from the board on, sort of from the Angie Martin and the receiving facility industry perspective and the state perspective on, what is your considerations on this issue?
Certainly. Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Great. And it sounded like Amanda had some follow-up information to respond to Sixto's question.
Yeah, Sixto asked about the receipts and whether we would reconsider that burden on the data no image option. And I just wanted to explain our rationale behind that. So with the electronic manifest process in eManifest, one of the advantages is that the system would provide copies to all of the handlers on that manifest. So with data no image, though, that electronic manifest is happening in a third-party company system. And so EPA's eManifest system can't distribute copies. And so that's why the receipts have to happen through that industry system. And that's part of the reason why that requirement is there. Otherwise, the generator transporter have no documentation that custody exchange has happened, which is a key part of the manifest system. And that's different than the daily batch, because we're getting the information daily, and so that we can use the system to distribute copies in that case.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Amanda. And Stacy has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to mentally walk myself through some pieces of this puzzle here. So when we're talking about the daily upload, the way I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly, that whatever time it might take, with the broker or whomever to draft the manifest, that daily uploading, the clock on that, does that start when the generator signs or when the transporter signs? Kind of what does that look like?
That is a good. This is Steve. My own mute. Sure, mute. Okay, good.
I can hear you, Steve.
This is off mute. Okay, that's good. Maybe I should go back on mute. No, that is a good question. That is a consideration. So how we envision it and how we're sort of trying to present it maybe didn't come out that clear. Essentially, so if a generator signs it right now and it's 2:28 p.m. on the October 4th, then we're getting close. So so there's 24 hours. So there's that's the updated manifest. So then the manifest has until tomorrow at the same time for the update to say, the transporter signed it. Then there's another 24 hours, or that I don't know, maybe the guy locked his keys in his car and he can't get in there. So just like update, it's still just it's still on the loading dock. So basically, from every save point, you have there's 24 hours, and that's how we envision it going. Just essentially, so the manifest will be refreshed either as when you check your files in OneDrive or something, you see the last updated date. Just sort of you see it.
Okay, so it's more like just refreshing whatever the status is on that number. And so then what happens? You've got a manifest number that ends up not getting used. It just kind of stays in that spooling of it just never got the generator signature or the transporter signature or whatever.
That would be something for a consideration from some of the state members of the advisory board of just hey, are you saying, so if I understand your question, so there's been a manifest that's been created, right? And like, there's a truck driver and all that stuff. But it's this sort of nothing ever happens to it.
Yeah, it never ends up getting implemented. So it gets drafted, but then whether the load ends up going somewhere else, so it's scrapped or it was done wrong or whatever, that manifest number doesn't get used.
We do have a delete service that allows you to delete.
Okay.
And you can delete drafts pending an unsigned scheduled manifest. Once it's been signed, it gets a little trickier, obviously.
Okay. And then I have another question. So just a couple more clarifying questions. Sorry, I've been, saving them up here. So now your generator signed, your transporter signed, you get to the designated facility, and depending on the type of load, let's say it's soil, contaminated soil. Now that you actually have a waste slip. And obviously, depending on how hot a day it is, weights might change a little bit from estimates. So is there some sort of a reconciliation with the waste slips, or is that just a separate process?
That is a good question. I'm going to ask Brian to come on to talk sort of just about sort of the final certification of the data from shipment to the receiving facility. So, Brian, are you there? Yes.
Yes, I am. So if I understand your question, are you saying that there would be a discrepancy between when the waste was shipped off site and ultimately received by the receiving facility, and so there's a disparity in the waste quantities?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, right now, let's say you've got someone in the field and they look at the truck and they say, okay, this is my estimate for how much soil is on that truck, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone looks at it. Yep, that seems about right. Transporter takes it, it gets to the facility actually weighs the truck, and a weight slip is generated, and that's how the hauler gets paid, right? Mm-hmm. Is based on that. Eventually, those two documents, the manifest and the waste slip, come back to me, and we match them back up and say, yeah, that's still within, margin of error, that's fine. Is that something that those two things remain separate, or is this a process where now these might be incorporated together?
Well, I think generally, so that's a process that I'd assume that is occurring within our own e-manifest system now, where you're having, possibly reconcile the actual weight of the shipment once it arrives at the facility. So I think as long as it's not doesn't trigger sort of a discrepancy, quantity discrepancy, I think it's okay to that's something to think about. But I'm thinking off the top of my head here, I don't see that not being an issue to adjust that within our system.
Okay.
But that's something that we'd have to think about more.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm kind of pondering, especially being in California, where now that our fee structure is not going to be based on estimates, but to a much finer level of detail. It's requiring us to record to a much finer level of detail. And we were talking about volume versus weight and how that relates with density. There can be some significant differences over the course of a year's hauls.
Yeah, so with respect to the discrepancy reporting, if it surpasses a certain threshold, then there's a process in which the receiving facility has to reconcile with the generator and transporter. So as long as those thresholds aren't met, it shouldn't be an issue. In other words, you don't have to document or give the explanation as to why they're different in our system.
Well, the reason I'm thinking about this is that when it was discussed about the generator and transporter verifying whether information is correct, for the data no image, like depending on the project, we may not get back that information directly because it runs through subcontractors' cycles up to contractors, it's more than 35 days. And so generator hasn't gotten the information to be able to verify in that period of time. We're relying on our subs, right? So if we're being asked to perform a task that we don't have the information to perform it with, it creates necessity to change contracts language, which is more complexity probably than you ever wanted to know about. But it's one of the things on my mind as we're kind of walking through the process. And so that gives me some food for thought. That's super helpful. Something else I was just thinking about, both these processes, I just want to make sure I'm thinking about them correctly, that at the point of time that the transporter is leaving the site, that information is available to print, right? Even with the daily batch upload, it's not like information be uploaded after the hauler leaves the site, so they wouldn't be able to print their copy that's needed for DOT. I'm just trying to get the order of operations.
So yeah, so like I showed that one, as soon as it's set to scheduled, you can print it out. If you make edits, obviously you'd have to print out a new one. Okay. You can get those via services as well, the PDF, but you can also print it from the website. But yeah, those are available as soon as it's available in draft and pending, but it has a big draft watermark on it, which makes it useless. But once it's scheduled or signed, you can print it out. If it gets lost along the way, you can print out another copy, which hopefully would never get lost along the way.
You'd be amazed what we get.
And Scott, William, Nicholas here jumping in real quick. So that's how that works in the current system through RCRA info. Now, if the daily batch upload, if these are users working in a fully external system, they'd have to, allow for printing that information from that external system. In exchange for the flexibility to use the system of their choice, the system of their choice will have to be able to spit that information out. And now it can be, a standard 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and just feed the fields into, the shape and order that you need. I'm sure you do that with lots of other documents as it is, those in the waste management industry. But that is something that would have to be done in either case by the industry system.
But if they do upload to the system, we have that copy created. As soon as it's uploaded, we create that copy.
So daily batch, you could print from our system.
In theory, but yes, both ways. Both ways happen.
Right.
Stacy, did that address your questions?
Thank you. Yeah, very helpful.
Okay. I am not seeing any more hands. We were scheduled to take a break at 2:30, but we're 8 minutes beyond 2:30. So Fred, do we want to take a shorter break and come back at 2:45, or do we want to extend?
Can we do 2:50?
2:50.
Yeah.
All right, team. Take a break until 2:50 Eastern time. See you back in a few minutes.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Fred, are we ready to restart?
Yeah, I think so. I want to do a quick check. Amanda, she told me she was calling in. So I guess you are in, Amanda.
I'm in. Thanks
Okay.
so much.
Okay, great.
Great.
Okay, I think we're ready.
So if we're ready to restart, I believe up next is Steve Donnelly giving the next presentation. Starting on slide 61, yes. Great.
I'll be there in just one moment. Apologies.
Okay. All right, I see Steve up on
Thank
video.
you. Thank you very much. I am back. Pleasure to be back. Okay, so this is Stephen Donnelly again. And what we want to do is we want to go through just a quick comparison of the different workflows to see where what we proposed and where where some of the differences and some of the deltas lie. So we can go to the next slide. All right, so we saw a lot for daily batch and a lot for data no image. So I want to go over a couple quick things. And also what I would just sort of like to clarify right now is that, okay, so for daily batch, we also mentioned that, a user can sign an industry system. So for example, if there is an industry system operated by a receiving facility, and that receiving facility has site manager access to those handlers along the manifest chain, the generator and the transporter, or if there is a new permission that allows sort of an industry system operated by a TSDF to have that API access to those to those generator transporter sites, for this type of transaction and this workflow to work, all that would need to happen would be for those generators and transporters to simply call up their receiving facility and say, do that verbal confirmation we discussed at the quicker side. So, for example, if there is if I'm operating a receiving facility and we're using the daily batch workflow, I would my industry system would have access to those generator and transporter sites along the way, and I would get a phone call from the generator, say the shipment has gone, and I would mark that into manifest, and I would update that every 24 hours. And then similarly, when the transporter would give me a call, since I have access to that site, I can update that manifest for the transporter, and those things can go. So that we don't we can use the receiving facility as the industry system. Currently, right now, they would need to have site manager access. However, we do understand that there might be more needs for user roles that would allow API transactions along for those different sites. So I just want to clarify that it's not as these are both very similar, and they're sort of the narcissism of small differences, but essentially, yeah, we do want to keep building out from the receiving facility submission of the data to the system. All right. So back to the daily batch comparisons. All right, so they are very similar. So you can see, let's just talk about their differences. So the daily batch is updated every day, updated daily, 24 hours. Data no image is not. They both require that Chrome Air signature on the final manifest. The data no image does ask for generator and transporters to verify data post submission, along with the rulemaking to implement, which is part of that issue, or part of that proposal. And then yeah, so using the daily batch right now, the system would be providing the generated and transporter copies. So they're both all very similar, and there's a few differences. I think the biggest one would be one requires a rulemaking and one does not. All right, we can go to the next slide. And then this is a more in-depth look at the different processes right now, and we can see how they interplay together. So they all require the Chrome Air signature at the end. However, we can see with the paper there's a lot of blanks because there's just a lot of question marks. That paper's not in the system. There's not a lot of assurances that the data quality is going to be there. And speaking from experience as a program manager of a system that is 99.7 or 5 or 4, depending on which day it is, paper manifest, there are a lot of data quality issues we hear about and observe firsthand. All the electronic manifest, we can allow more than 6 ways codes per line. And we can go to the next slide. Yeah, there's more of this. So but one good thing about paper we hear a lot is we sort of go down to the middle of the page, offline signatures. So this means not having to log into the system to register for any of that stuff. So we allow the offline signature on paper. It's all offline. The as-is electronic system does not allow offline signatures. However, with the quicker sign proposal, with the daily batch and data no image, you do not need to have internet access at the time of signature to update the system, because we'd be, we're, as we said earlier, we're putting this in the administrative capacity of the company. And the idea is that this would be at a computer that is at a desk in an office where it's nice and cozy, as opposed to in the field where you're not allowed to bring a phone, or there's a lot of stuff going on. And then, as we can see, the last one does not require rulemaking to implement, except for data note image. And do we have any more? I think is this workflow comparisons over? Yeah, we go to the next slide. Okay, yes, we can go back one just to see if there's any questions just overall about the workflows, that if anyone has, then we can move on to sunsetting the paper.
Stacy has a question. Go ahead, Stacy.
Just one question. When I'm looking at this screen, I remember before it said, the previous presentation said that the TSDF would send an electronic receipt to the generator and transporter, basically following the verification. But then this says that under the data no image, that they do not get manifest copies from the system. So I guess going back to the previous, a receipt is not the same as getting a copy of the manifest.
So are we looking at just to clarify, because this is broken up into several slides.
I know it's a little, that's why my head is kind of spinning a little bit. So on the third line, it says generators and transporters get manifest copies from the e-manifest, and that is not true for the data no image. It's not.
That is correct. That is correct. So if we
but
I don't know if you remember that very colorful slide back on what is that?
Yeah, but before, I believe I heard that you do get a receipt. And so I guess I was just wondering.
Yeah. So with the difference is with data no image, it's not coming from the e-manifest system. It's coming from the receiving facilities.
Okay.
It's coming from the end of the line, the receiving facility, not the EPA email.
Not the system. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Angie has a question.
Yeah, Angie Martin with Heritage. So I have kind of a clarifying question, and it may have been from like the last presentation, but it's really hard to keep track. So the daily batch, there's this daily upload, and some places might have thousands and thousands of manifests that are in process, right? And I think I understand you're only uploading the ones that are in process, somewhere between the beginning and the end. But would you only be uploading the ones that change? The reason I'm asking, you talked about hardware earlier, if you had to do 5,000 every night of the same thing, is that going to bog down systems? So the question is, do you only upload daily and the batch upload the ones that have changed? It looks like Carolyn at least followed that convoluted question.
I understand the question. I want to make sure somebody who knows more of the details provides the answer.
All right. Every day, and then so was that William who did daily batch, or was that Scott? You come along and say this, but yes, every day. It has to be every day. Every non-final manifest needs to be updated with just a sort of a new save as date for that manifest. Just okay, it's still out as of today. That manifest that was transported yesterday, it's still out in transport. Say it last update was today at 10:30 a.m. Pacific, and we'll update it again either tomorrow when it gets received, or if it's still in shipment tomorrow.
So what's the value of that? Because that seems like a whole lot of hardware data, of uploading things that haven't changed.
I think the value from what we're seeing on this, the value proposition of this is that this would be giving everybody along the manifest chain of custody, from the generators, transporters, along with the regulators and EPA and the receiving facilities itself, a sort of a global administrative management look at what is out there manifest wise. So we're seeing just to make sure that people are staying, that manifests are, don't get lost, that manifests get to the, that manifests that are received, that are received. We have receiving facilities have 30 days to upload those to the EPA. So this would, so post receipt, we'll be able to see, okay, who's getting closer to not finalizing that manifest and sending it to the EPA, who's getting closer to that 30-day deadline, who's over that 30-day deadline to finalize that manifest.
I don't see how I'm trying to figure out I still don't understand the value of uploading something that hasn't changed over and over again. Question mark. I don't know. I'll think more about it, but I don't understand. But I don't understand the answer to the question, but I'm done asking questions.
I think overall, I believe the term would be what we propose here is visibility into the manifest once it leaves the generator site.
Okay. William Nicholas, I'm going to jump on here. I think, Angie, in answer to your question, the primary value that we see is confirmation that it hasn't moved is different than the lack of confirmation that it has or hasn't. And so, if you imagine, you're tracking a package and it's last updated 7 days ago, and it'd be really nice to know, yeah, they still know it exists. It's still there. It's still coming to me when they say it's going to come to me, rather than, it's still sitting in the same place. The status is the same, but I haven't heard anything in a week. And so we imagine the value here is both on the industry side, folks, if you're the TSDF, you're not hearing from the generator, hey, where's my shipment? What's the deal? Has this been disposed of? You can note and see this has been done by a certain day. This is the status. And from a regulatory side, like Steve mentioned, there are day-based requirements and understanding, hey, they're coming up on this for sure, as opposed to they may be, they may not be. It's fewer emails, it's fewer calls from EPA and from state regulators knocking on doors that don't have to be knocked on. And, overall improving visibility, transparency, and the information available to the system. And in our experience, the API calls are very lightweight. The amount of information going back and forward is really pretty limited as far as we can tell. And so the idea of increasing that transparency, increasing that accessibility of the data far outweighs the limited extra bandwidth or storage involved.
I'm still trying to figure out why it's necessary when they have 35, 45, 60 days to move the material. I don't get an update every time my FedEx package moves. If it sits in the dispatch area for 3 days, nobody tells me it moves. I'm trying to figure out what the value is. So I don't know that that's a question. So I'll save my comments for later.
Okay, thanks, Angie. There will be later in the agenda an opportunity to provide feedback on the option. So
I guess my comment is, and then my question is, how does a daily go with a 35-day requirement to get the shipment moved? That's my question.
This is that's a good question, and I think that's something that we'd be really interested to hear from the board. I think that's a consideration. Thank you.
all right, get a thumbs up from Angie. Okay, Six Toe has his hand up.
Okay, I think Angie in this preceding discussion pretty much answered my question, which was basically, even if the manifest doesn't change, you still have to upload a copy every day. So, and I think that question has been answered. So the only difference between two documents in the system might be just the timestamp, for example, and the date, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then feedback later, obviously, but I do agree with Angie. This might be a significant administrative burden. I'm not sure that there's a ton of value, but we can talk about that later. Thanks.
All right. Jackie, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So is there a difference between the signatures that are going to be collected between QuickerSign, Daily Batch, Data No Image as it moves through the process? I understand the Chrome Air compliant final signature when the material is received by the TSDF. But is there really any difference between the data that comprises those signatures for any of the other options? Or does that make sense?
Yes, this is Steve Dowling. That makes sense. Yeah. So there's no. So the QuickerSign, basically that was the site manager dispatcher signature that is built into QuickerSign, which is built into Daily Batch or Data No Image. It's just a first name and a last name and a date, as Scott showed in the demo. So there's no difference.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other clarifying questions? I don't see any hands up. Okay. So I think Steve is continuing with the next presentation on sunset paper manifests.
Thank you very much. And this is going to be jointly done between myself and William Nicholas. So William, all right, take it away, sir.
All right, thanks, Steve. William Nicholas for the transcript. So this option this isn't a technical workflow option. This is now a separate policy consideration and has no bearing on, there's no technical decision here. This is simply, do we or do we not establish a formal date by which paper manifests are sunset from the process and only electronic manifests are accepted? So in the user fee final rule, it was established that EPA had the authority to, as noted by 1 or 2 here, either consider adopting a marginal cost, highly differentiated fee to strongly discourage the use of paper, to institute a regulatory prohibition on paper manifest use after 2023, based on progress with electronic manifest adoption, and that the EPA would consult the board, as we're doing here, on the value of that, on strategies. So if you'll move to the next slide, please. What's involved is fairly simple. Do we or don't we accept paper manifests after a certain date? And EPA imagines a variety of benefits to taking that approach. It dramatically reduces the cost, the overhead, the marginal costs of the program, including one of the largest expenses, the paper processing center. It improves data quality by allowing the exclusive use of electronic manifests, the business rules that go along with that, and the reduction in burden to correcting that data, both the need for it and the trouble of doing so. It integrates eManifest with the biennial report substantially, reducing another burden there for facilities who do both. And that clear regulatory deadline, we imagined, would provide an assistance to users. Imagine, all right, I'm going up to ask for budget money for this next year. And if I just have something I'd like to do, maybe there's not money for it. But if this is a federal requirement, then perhaps it's a little bit easier to take some extra money for your budget to complete that requirement. And, as we note, it is far and away the, biggest tool as far as achieving maximum expected cost savings and taking away some of those large expenses, as I mentioned at the beginning. Now, EPA does note that this would require a rulemaking, and as a result, this will be a couple years out at the least. Implementation would likely occur after the 2026-2027 fee cycle to account for that process and to give industry plenty of time to ramp up to that, including the implementation of perhaps some of the other electronic adoption-driven strategies we mentioned earlier. One of the big things that we imagine those workflows would make possible is avoiding the internet connectivity problems that have plagued previous efforts to shift to electronic manifests versus paper manifests. One of the most common things we hear is, internet connectivity. But as we discussed previously, some of these new options mean that you don't have to have direct internet connectivity when you sign the manifest. And so whether it's within 24 hours or, whether with the data no image system, it's a little bit more flexible. You don't have to have internet access on site. And so as long as you can get in contact with your management, your central facility, whatever, which you would already be doing, it doesn't matter that nothing was signed there directly on the piece of paper. And so the sunset of paper manifests in concert with some of those other workflows would make possible to get past that particular hurdle. And finally, EPA is aware that total elimination of paper manifests is not, may not be 100% possible. There are considerations for things like system downtime, very niche cases and all that, which would be worked out in that process leading up to implementation in 2026, 2027 and onwards. I'll pause because I imagine there may be questions about this, and afterwards I'll hand it over to Steve Donnelly to talk about the biennial report and eManifest integration options.
All right, any questions for William? Stacy.
You referred to cost savings. Can you provide a little bit more clarification on cost savings to whom? Is it cost savings to EPA? Is it cost savings to some other entity?
Sure. Thank
So, Steve, feel free to go ahead and take that one.
This is good for the it's good prep for a meeting on user fees that will be upcoming. So essentially, all of our program costs are recovered on our user fees for per manifest submissions, which are borne by the facility submitting the manifest to the EPA. So currently right now, this is going to be, it's all just receiving facilities. They're the ones who submit the manifest, they're the ones who get the bills. There is a lot of program costs that go into the user fee formula. However, the two biggest areas are In our program overhead costs, the cost of operating the paper processing center, and which we discussed was we estimated roughly about $6 million in our last our total program costs. Our total overhead costs for the fee cycle was roughly, I think it was $17 million, and $6 million of that was the overhead cost for operating the paper processing center. So a third of the cost right there for just operating the paper processing center was it would be gone. And then also there's the marginal costs of keying in those paper manifests, which is outside of the overhead costs, and that was, we estimated that to be roughly $17 million. So for a roughly for our fee period, we estimated the current fee period, we're going to estimate about $50 million of total program expenses. That includes EPA salary, IT contracts, government FTE. The two largest cost areas were the marginal cost for the paper processing center and the paper center overhead costs, which accounted for roughly 1/3 of the program cost. So getting that out of the sort of the cost counting for this program would be a significant cost savings for the per manifest user fee. So just doing some rough math right now, everything would just come down by just sort of the electronic manifest would probably be, well, right now it's $8. It would be less than $8 or if we got rid of those two overhead cost areas, much less.
So Stacy, did that answer your question? I think the summary of Steve's answer was it saves money to the cost of running the e-manifest system, which is entirely borne by the user fees. So ultimately it saves money to the people who pay the user fees, I think is the answer to the
correct.
question.
And whether that goes downstream is that's
so the burden that is taken on from the generator, transporter, and designated facility in shifting to this new system and the different staff requirements and adoption of new processes and procedures, none of that is part of your I guess your accounting. You're only looking at the cost to EPA and how that's reflected in the per manifest user fees.
Yeah, we do break those down a bit in we have a regulatory impact assessment when we promulgated a couple rulemakings. But in terms of the program, yeah, it's based on the manifests are essentially the widgets that we divide our program expenses by based on our advising and consulting with the advisory board. Now, in terms of like benefits and burden reduction, that's the following section. So if we do sunset paper manifest and we go electronic, there is going to be some program changes to make the since everyone's electronic, we can utilize some of that electronic information to make everyone's reporting, their biennial reporting, go a lot easier and a lot smoother and save sort of time on the back end. So if you're spending time working on the manifest, we're going to make sure that you have a nice you have, in your company's in the e-manifest system, your organization, your sites will have a lot of their biennial report information all ready to go.
Theoretically. Understood. So right now, the user fees for hybrid and e-manifest are essentially the same.
Yes, correct. So it's $8 for an electronic type manifest. So that's fully electronic, where generators, transporters are all signing electronically, or hybrid, where it's transporters and receiving facility signing electronically. Yeah, those are the same price. They're $8.
Okay, so when you go from having a hybrid option to not having a hybrid option, there's no cost saving.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same time, because this so when we talk about hybrid, are you talking about like the paper and the data submission?
Right. So the process might start with paper. Like when
Yes.
it becomes electronic.
Yeah. So those are that's those are still paper manifests. So those would go away. So the data plus image is that starts out as paper, and then it's uploaded with the data file, and then it's signed and certified. The hybrid is an electronic type manifest, and this is I wasn't around when they named it, so I understand where exactly you're coming from. So the hybrid manifest is an electronic manifest where a generator is signing on paper, but everyone else is signing electronically. The data plus images are 85% of what we're getting is the scanned image of the manifest plus the data file. But
So
that would go away.
That would go away.
And to clarify, Steve, that is more expensive than the $8 electronic.
That's $13 to do the data plus image.
Stacy, did that adequately address your question?
Like mud. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Jen was next with her hand up.
It's Jennifer Hopper from Maryland. I guess the main thing that I have to say is that we might be premature in setting a date, because if DOT does not take the requirement of paper in the truck and we don't come up with a solution to that, we won't be able to get rid of paper. So are we gonna, if DOT doesn't change the regulations, are we gonna come up with a different, like a substitution for having something in the truck, but still allow the electronic?
This is Steve. So as we look at this, there is the DOT requirement. So this would get rid of the paper manifests from the registered printers. This would still, if this sunset happened tomorrow, you would still need to print out a paper copy and bring it along with the truck. This is that all the signatures would go in, all the signatures would take place in the system, and generators would get their copies from the e-manifest system as well. So there would still be the printed copy of the truck for the clear folder, but there would be otherwise there would be no other paper.
Well, if they're doing electronic, how are they getting a paper copy to put in the truck?
Well, when a manifest is ready to ship in the system, it's ready to be signed electronically, there is a requirement, just the way it is now with the electronic manifest you make in the system, that the system says, okay, your manifest is ready to go. You may print the official copy, and there is in the top right corner of the manifest, there is that the printer icon where a PDF is created and the manifest is printed out.
But this is going to go back to, why we're going electronic, or the quick sign and having some site manager sign it instead of somebody at the loading dock, they don't have a printer there.
Well, the expectation would be that that there would still be a printed copy on the truck of there would still be a printed out copy of the paper manifest, of the electronic manifest.
Okay, yeah. All right.
And so, Jen, like I mentioned earlier, once that manifest is set to scheduled and it's been agreed upon, it can, that printed copy can be printed out. And so it can be used and migrated as much as it needs to be at that point. So yes, if the site is a construction site that's being completely dug out and there are no printers, it can be pre-printed just like it is today, but it's a single sheet of paper. You don't need an impact printer. You don't need 6-copy paper that's very flimsy. You just need a ream of office paper that somebody can print out.
Jen, I saw you shaking your head, but I'm not sure if that means you have any more questions or you're just reacting to the answers.
I'm reacting. I have no more questions.
Okay. Tavik has his hand up.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So my first question is regarding the adaptation of the electronic manifests so far, and what what are the expectations in terms of the adaptation by 2026, 2027, so that all paper manifest options can be potentially sunset, since the beginning of electronic manifests in over the last 5 years, the adaptation has only increased from 0.27% to 0.4%. And in the next couple of years, what makes you think this adaptation will significantly increase so that you can completely eliminate all paper manifest options? That's my first question.
Thank you. This is Steve, and I will take this one, and I'm going to take sort of a step back and discuss. This is this is a program that is electronic manifest. We're not getting a lot of electronic manifest. So what we're doing right here is, this was our we've discussed, Amanda went through this earlier. There's been a long history of us going back and forth with the board and our industry partners, like, how do we get to electronic manifest? How can we possibly get there? And both sides want to get to electronic manifest. So what we're doing right here is, we are essentially, we worked very hard to sort of see what is possible, not just within our current regs as they are right now, but what is possible. If there's going to be a regulatory change, what would happen if we just sunsetted all paper manifests and moved everyone towards electronic? What if we moved, we do integrate with other required reporting requirements? So yes, we understand that we are, we've been implementing this system for a while, and there has been minimal movement towards getting electronic manifest to scale. So I think our question back to the advisory board, and we'll get to that when we do the charge questions, is, one of the things is, these is what we've considered. This is what we've thought of. What haven't we considered? What should we consider when trying to move this program forward? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we understand that this is not going to be just a snap of the fingers. This is sort of the slow, frustrating work of progress. But we also know that, implementing the way we've been implementing isn't going to work. So we're taking some big swings here.
Okay. A follow-up question on that is, so regarding the incentives provided to the community to adopt the e-manifests. In the last board meeting, one of the recommendations was to consider radically decreasing the cost of electronic manifests. And I know EPA has considered this, but there was no radical changes, at least for this fiscal year. Are there any plans to considerably reducing the cost of electronic manifests, or is it not on the roadmap yet?
Yes, this is Steve Donnelly again. Yes, that is on the roadmap for our upcoming meeting we'll be having. We do have there is something in our user fee regulations that says after a certain period of time, we use a different fee formula that will place all marginal cost, like our overhead costs associated with the paper processing center, onto the paper type manifests and away from the electronic types. It'll lower those down further. So yes, we do have regulatory incentives to move towards electronic coming up, and we'll be discussing those. Well, as soon as this meeting's over, we got to start preparing for the next one. But yes, it'll be sooner rather than later. We're discussing, lowering the electronic price even further. However, we have seen that the lower cost incentives for electronic, especially at the launch, we've been sort of staying flat at $8 for the duration of the program, and we have not seen cost be an issue. As we said earlier, receiving facilities are paying almost 40% more to not use electronic manifest. So that's telling us that there is some other areas out there we need to consider.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. My last question is, instead of sunsetting all remaining paper options, basically data plus image and image only, has EPA considered maybe sunsetting one of these options initially, like a multi-stage approach rather than all or none approach? Maybe just sunsetting the image only approach first to see how that would impact the adaptation. Has EPA considered such an option?
Yeah, this is Steve Donnelly. Yes, we have considered that, and that is also something for the board to make some recommendations on. So we look forward to hearing more about that.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
All right, Tavik, thank you for your questions. And Sixto is up next.
Well, it sounds like Tafik asked the same question that I was going to ask, was would EPA consider a more stepwise approach that would eliminate the image only first? Because it would seem to me, if you're concerned about paper processing center costs, it would appear to me that the majority of those costs are probably data entry of image only submittals, right? Or, I mean, is that a right assumption, or are there more costs that I'm not thinking about when it comes to the paper center?
More or less you are correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've sort of hit the point where the overhead costs, prior to when we had mail and we're getting more image, and we were on the initial period, there was a point where the sort of the monthly overhead costs were less than the marginal cost, sort of labor costs of entering the paper. But we sort of we've hit a steady state right now where they're roughly the same. But we do understand that, yeah, the cost of the labor costs associated with the operating the center are going to be less if there's no image for them to do. They'll have the paper. We'll be able to do some QA/QC of the data plus image. Yeah. However, the fixed costs of operating the paper center are, we estimated roughly that's $6.5 million and per year, and yeah, those would stay if we eliminate the. Yeah, we'll discuss this at the. I don't want to get too far ahead of. I don't want to spoil anybody for our user. So there's a couple things.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for the questions. I think Sixto, you can lower your hand unless you have any more questions. I don't see any more hands up, so I think we are ready to transition to the biennial report presentation.
All right, thank you. This is a big one. So biennial report and e-manifest integration. This is Steve Donnelly again. This is our last section of the presentation, and this is by far the one of the biggest, most complex. So we can go to the next slide. So the BR, integrating e-manifest data in the BR, is an important step towards our program's burn reduction. And this the BR integration is in the e-manifest Act by Congress. The Act doesn't. The Act says a lot, and it does mention the biennial report more than a few times. The good news is there's significant overlap in the information collected on our manifest and what's on the biennial report. However, the bad news, or the obstacles, the challenges, is that there are significant non-overlapping data fields collected. And also we are dealing with a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, plus a continuation sheet. So we have some ideas here to really talk about integrating manifest with the binary report. When we talk about reduction, when we talk about the program, the cost savings, we talk about the burden reduction, we talk about the efficiencies, not just for the industry, but for the regulators, for the public getting the data, being able to get a broader picture of this national program. Don't want to forget that this is a nascent program, and for the first time we're getting our collective glimpse on the hazardous waste and state waste data that's being shipped off-site, and that's a new data stream. There's a lot of great stuff to be mined from there. We know a lot of people doing some great work, And we're sort of we're at the beginning, and we want to see where this program goes. And where this program goes is, as Congress told us to, is to get to getting with integrating with the biennial report. Next slide, please. All right, so it's taking a little background for those of you who are not hardcore RCRA fiends. So RCRA was amended by HSWA, the Hazardous and Solid Waste Amendments of 1984. And these amendments required EPA to establish standards regarding the generation, management, and disposition of hazardous waste regulated under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA. All right, going down even deeper. Section 3002 requires the EPA to establish reports to be filed to the administrator by hazardous waste generators at least once every 2 years. This is what we call the BR, and this is what it includes: the quantity and nature of hazardous waste generated, the disposition of a hazardous waste reported, efforts undertaken to reduce volume and toxicity of waste generated, and change in volume and toxicity of waste actually achieved. Now, there's a huge body of knowledge and a huge analytical field dedicated to the biennial report, and I do encourage people to start looking online at some of the stuff you're more interested. But we're going to keep this at the 101 level. So next slide, please. All right. So to meet those requirements from Section 3002, we established the BR form, known by friends and foes as 8700-13A and B. And we have these 4 forms that we really care about, but it's not limited to. But these are the main forms, if you ask me. The site identification form. So this is the site information of a site. So this is what the form is to get that EPA ID number that we want so badly on the manifest, especially the generator and transporter. To get one of those, they need to do a site identification form. This is something that a generator or transporter receiving facility will file mostly 48 out of 50 times with their states to get that. And they have to describe their type of hazardous waste activities, that they're generating waste, and owner operator criteria. There's a lot of good information in that form. Okay. So next one, the waste generation and management form. Oh, sorry, that was the next. Can we go back? Oh, sorry. So bullet 2, apologies. The waste generation and management form. So this is the information on the quantity and nature of all the waste, including waste shipped offsite and waste managed onsite. So the GM form for a generator is going to ask them, how much waste did you ship offsite and how much waste did you manage onsite? Okay. Now, if you remember earlier, the manifest only tracks stuff that leaves the generator site and goes to the receiving facility. So this, as it's constituted right now, the manifest only tracks waste shipped offsite. All right. So let's move down the line. This is the waste received from offsite. So this is information on the quantity and nature of waste received from offsite and managed onsite. So this is treated, stored, and disposed of. So this is for our receiving facility. So hazardous waste shipments that come to a site from somewhere else, those shipments and those quantities are accounted for in the WR form, waste receipt form. All right, and then the offsite identification form. So this is the names and addresses, information of sites identified with a BR. So it's only filed if the state requires it. So some states require the OI, some don't. Don't ask me to name any off the top of my head. I have forgotten. Okay, so we can move on to the next slide. Okay, as I was saying earlier, manifest data, what we have on the hazardous waste manifest, is a subset of data collected on the GM and WR form. So for these forms, I'm going to give you guys the stuff that's not collected. So on the WR form, this is on the manifest. Everything is collected on WR form on the manifest except waste description, the density, the form code, and the waste code. Now, I could go with the definitions, but can we go back, please? And then there's a GM code. So that's a source code, mixed radioactive waste, which is a everything is old is new again. So they put that back onto the BR, I think this current cycle, and the waste minimization codes. And we have a few obstacles getting these 7 fields onto the manifest. Okay, we are dealing with an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Adding all these missing fields wouldn't fit. Be very the paper manifest also only has space for the 6 most relevant hazardous waste codes for a given waste line. So when you're shipping your hazardous waste, your state regulated hazardous waste, you only have 6 boxes to describe that waste. BR requires all applicable federal waste instead, and all applicable waste codes, whether state or federal. All right. And also something we discussed earlier, data quality issues, particularly, not being able to tie a manifest to a generator with any level of confidence, and issues with the box 10, 11, and 12. A lot of issues observed with the paper manifest really sort of put a damper on integrating with the BR. So yeah, the BR is every 2 years. Lots of people look at it. It's a culmination of a lot of activity. A lot of people don't feel like looking at the manifest, looking at the work people have been submitting for the last 4 years, that it is up to snuff to integrate with BR. Now, I do know that states and regions are using manifest data to check, to sort of verify what a site will be submitting from their biennial report. But we are, observing conversations with the EPA and state regulators. That is the data quality issue is a challenge towards integration. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the big issue here, the paper. Getting rid of the paper, 100%, or getting everyone to electronic manifest. The paper is the sunset of paper is a means to an end to get to 100% adoption of electronic manifest. When we have 100% adoption of electronic manifest, we can reduce the user burden by leveraging that data to satisfy that biennial report requirement. So I don't know if anybody out here has done a biennial report, but it's a lot of work. So being able to do it as you ship your waste for a given period of time could really save a lot of effort and also really improve the data quality, not just in the manifest side, but also on the BR side. So we got 3 approaches. 1 does not require the sunset implementation, but 2 do, because of the complexity of the WR and GM forms, do require a paper sunset implementation. So for the first approach, the eManifest pre-populates the BR with manifest data as it is currently constituted. So we can go to the next slide, please. All right. So this is what we described in our proposed 3rd rule. So using the data from the manifest submitted, the system would pre-populate the BR for all the fields that it does have. However, when it comes time to fill out the BR and submit it to your state, they would need to fill out the fields that aren't there. All right, and this is this pre-population of the BR is flexible enough; it can work with paper and electronic manifest. So if we have the data on a data plus image, or an electronic manifest, we can pre-populate the missing fields. However, using this with paper manifest, any errors to the paper manifest would be thrown into the BR. The good thing about this thing is, or the sort of the path forward on this one is, this would not require a rulemaking or an ICR, information collection request change. We wouldn't be changing the manifest form to collect any information that hasn't already been collected. So we would not need to do one of those information collection requests, which is something we have to do if we're going to be asking the public for information we haven't asked before, and we have to assess the burden hours and is it worth it for the extra work you would have to do to make to give us this data. All right, next slide. Okay, so replacing the WR fields on the manifest. All right, so for this to work, we would likely need to sunset the paper manifest. I'll go ahead and say we would need to sunset paper manifest because the WR form has got a lot of stuff going on it. So what would happen is we would put the WR form on on every manifest. So we would add new fields. We would add waste description, density, and form code. And generators would determine this information pre-shipment. So before that manifest can get going, the generator would need to interact with that manifest and determine the description, density, and form code. However, sort of the burden reduction on that is, instead of having to do this once every 2 years, you're pre-populating this every single time a manifest is shipped. So for most generators, for large quantity generators with regular shipments, you have, regularly just add this information and it gets stored and collected. It's nice and safe. And then when it is time for the BR, that waste received form is not needed because all that information has already been there. And we will use that data for the biennial report. However, our friends are very, very small quantity generators who are not required to manifest, in the most part, depending on which state they're located in, they would not have this information. It would not be collected. So if you're filing information and there's BR, especially if you're receiving waste and you're receiving a lot of VSQG waste, you would either you would need to file this in a different way. You would need to supplement this information. You need to find a workaround because VSQGs are not required to have an EPA ID, so therefore there's not a guarantee here. Okay, we can go next slide. All right. So adding the WR and GM fields to the manifest, and this would eliminate the WR form and most of the GM form for the generator. So this would also require sunsetting of the paper manifest to the limited space we have on the 8.5 by 11. And what we would do is we would have the WR and GM fields on each manifest. So we would, just like the last one, we'd not require the WR. And then also the GM field would be pre-populated, similar to how we could pre-populate the BR now using manifest data. So waste management on site. So this would be the WR form would be done the same ways we described. And then so for waste managed on site that is not captured in the system would still have to be filed. So if the manifest is so we have everything that gets off site is tracked, and VSQGs similar to what we discussed in the earlier slide. However, sort of adding that GM form to the manifest would be different for the generators, but it would essentially pre-populate that GM form every 2 years. So they'd have their WR done, they would have their GM mostly done just through the normal course of doing business, shipping or generating hazardous waste. And I think we have a summary slide next. Oh, we do. All right. So yes, here's our summary of the BR integration summaries. Okay, so for the pre-populated BR, so it does not require rulemaking. So the filers would still need they would still need to do their GM form. Does not replace the WR form. Does not replace the GM fields. It's just as is right now. What's on the manifest. Does not require a rule change. It'll pre-populate. All right, then we require our paper sunset, and then we can see that the WR form has been replaced. The filers would still need to add their shipments exempted from the manifest, our friends at the VSQGs, and they would no longer need to do most of, not all of their WR form. All right, so with the final one, the replace WR and most of the GM. All right, so we got that. So we're doing our generators and our receiving facilities are doing their WR and GM fields as every day when they're shipping waste. And the only thing left to be done would be for the filers to add that waste managed on site in GM form at the end of every cycle, and everything would be pre-populated, but these two would require a rulemaking. So the difference here is if you're going to go for a rulemaking, you can do a big one and replace WR and most of the GM, or you can just replace the WR. It depends on where the value proposition is for all of you. But just know that all of these, regardless of the rulemaking and how it goes, all these would go a long ways to realizing a lot of the burden reduction and cost savings of this program, and also really does hinge on receiving quality data from our user community. So these all work, and they all would work, but depending on the quality data. But and electronic manifest would always be very helpful. But 100% electronic for the ones on the right, and good data for all three. And I know there was a lot of different BR questions here. So before we go, I just want to make sure that for questions from the board, that everyone here on the team is ready to answer some stuff, because the BR is big.
All right. Terry was the fastest to raise his hand with a question.
Just more of a clarity. I'm sorry, Terry Bear, ADQ. So the manifest for discrepancy of drum shipments is not required for weight. It's only required for quantity and type. And so I just wanted to, because that's one of the things I always have to educate my inspectors on, is that manifests are a good guide, but they're not definitive for reporting, because most folks don't carry around a certified scale. And so usually a lot of them require that they have to wait for the receipts from the receiving facility to know how much was actually shipped. The weight discrepancy only comes into play in bulk loads. So I just want to point that out. So I just would urge caution on that. The integration of BR, I think, is phenomenal, but there could be a disparaging reporting there, not understanding that context.
Thanks, Terry. Jackie had her hand up next.
Yeah, a couple follow-up questions. So obviously I think it would be highly valuable to have that BR integration. Considering that probably a third to a half of states also require annual reporting instead of just biennial. I mean, is that potentially functionality that would be, I guess I don't necessarily know what kind of the interface would look like, but is that something that could potentially, data could be pulled on an annual basis instead of biennially?
This is Steve. Not speaking, getting too far over my skis. Yeah, so the states are requiring annual report, and it's based on the data on the manifest, and these fields are required. Then yes, absolutely, yeah, this would be there. And also, sort of during the, I know we're 5 years away from this, going into effect if this goes through, but making that data available mid-cycle for generators and receiving facilities to just take a look at what they're doing, So this would be, we wouldn't hide this data away from anybody at any given time.
Okay. Second question, as we talked about, I think it was in the replace WR form section of potentially having to supplement VSQUIG data. I have not worked at a TSDF receiving facility, but how would a facility know which data they're missing? Because they aren't necessarily privy to what the generator status of the generating facility is. Does that question make sense?
I think so. So you're saying, so for the WR form, the race receive offsite, how would the receiving facility know if they're receiving VSQG waste or not? Is that and how would they know to account for that?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a just from the system side, and I'll wait for some of the policy folks to jump in. There is we make it very easy for someone to search for an address or location, shipping address, mailing address, site, to find out if that site does have an EPA ID number and it's not a VSQG. There's also there's a few things in the system to sort of this flag. Maybe they're saying they're a VSQG, but they're actually not a VSQG. However, there is just give me a moment to check my thoughts. Just getting a little too fast for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that, and we'll take that as a discussion question. We can follow up in a moment when the team is conferring on that right now. However, yeah, we can. You have any other questions?
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jackie. Terry, it looks like your hand is still up. Did you have an additional question? Okay, it's gone. Jennifer was up next.
This is Jennifer Hopper from Maryland. Excuse me. I've got a couple things. First and foremost, density is included on the GM form as well. So when you said density on WR forms and not on GM forms, it's actually on both. So you need to update your slide and add density under the GM form, because that is the biggest one we have problems with, because a lot of things are shipped as gallons, but they're reporting as pounds or vice versa, and they don't have the density. So that is a big problem. So we definitely need to know density. Currently the system has a checkbox, I believe, that you know, to include with the BR or not to include. Is that going to go away and it's just going to become an automatic thing, or is that checkbox going to remain, or you're not sure?
Yeah, this is Steve. We're a long ways away from making any sort of final decisions on check boxes, but that would be something to hear what the public has to say.
Okay, well, based on that answer, one of the things that I would recommend, or we can talk more about, is that, you know, some states are more stringent on their buy-in reporting, and you know, EPA does a lot of things based around LQGs, and that if we built this based around LQGs, it's going to put some states into a little bit of panic, because it's going to be half and half. For example, Maryland is stringent. Anyone who accumulates 220 pounds or more in a year, or excuse me, 220 pounds or more in accumulate 220 pounds or more in a calendar month must do the buy-in report. So, you know, so if we're going to use the manifest as part of the buy-in reporting, we need to make sure that it's available for all generator statuses, not geared toward just LQGs. So that's why I was questioning about the button, because currently, from what I understand, the button's there, but once if you create your manifest and you don't click the button, and then you can't go back later and push it to turn it back on. So something to consider. I guess a lot of my questions will probably be more or less on how to build the system. Like, for example, some waste has different management method codes, but it's the same type of waste, but one facility might treat part of it as HO1 or HO40, while others do will H141. So that's something that we would have to consider. So there's a lot of nuances that would have to be considered before not just missing information. I think that's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. And Angie had her hand up
Can I-
next.
I'm sorry.
Scott?
One point of clarification.
Fred was about to.
Yeah. I just wanted to jump in really quick. So and this is to the board. You all are doing really good, a really good job at asking really good clarifying questions to get the information you need to answer the charge. Just as a reminder, and please avoid going from a question to more of a comment or advice, because we want to make sure that your advice is captured during the deliberations when you're actually providing the recommendations, and captured per charge question. So you all are asking good questions, but you're also providing direct feedback to the agency, and the agency, the way this process works is we need to hear that through the chart. So don't forget about what you're saying today. In other words, if to capture for the record. That's all I want to add.
Thanks, Fred. And I think Scott had some clarification.
Yep. Scott Christian, Jen, thank you very much. Especially talk about the BR button. you can go back and correct after the fact through the corrections process, but you can do that. So I just want to make sure people know they can do that. And I'm sure you would also encourage, actually, I think you have encouraged people to use it. And use it, please use it. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott. So we'll turn to Angie's question.
Hello, Angie with Heritage again. So one of the questions that I have is, have you considered that the biennial report requirements are not spelled out in the regulation and that is just the form? So that instead of modifying the manifest to match the biennial report, have you considered modifying the biennial report to match the manifest?
Yeah, this is Steve. Yes, that was that did come up during internal sort of pre-meetings. We are aware of that, and for purposes of clarity and program goals, and also clarity is sort of moving forward with this discussion. But that is an area that is true, and that's something that that's why we bring it up. Well, thank you for bringing that up, and we can discuss that further. I also want to say that BR integration with manifest, I don't anticipate it's going to be solved in just this meeting. This is a very large, very complex area of integration between two programs that are very similar, but as we're discussing now, do have a lot of differences. So I do appreciate that observation, and also would want to hear. We want to hear more from everybody on this issue, because this is a big one.
Okay, so to kind of pivot a little bit, you talked about a direct connection between sunsetting and BR. How is that absolutely required? Couldn't you make some other requirements for those who do the paper manifest and exempt everybody else from the binary report?
That is a consideration. So for 100% electronic, sort of how we're talking about it, one of the ways maybe we can think about it different is, so if site is doing 100%, just the way you can do electronic manifest now, and you can do more than 6 waste codes per line. If you're doing electronic manifest in the and your site is 100% electronic, you'll be able to use the WR and most of the GM fields on those electronic manifests. However, those individuals that are using the BR that are just using paper, they can just simply pre-populate the BR, just as Amanda was saying earlier, to sort of the Greek chorus of this presentation is just, this is not a single approach. This is, we want to, this is all, it's all very connected. So we can mix and match a lot of these things, which probably makes your job a lot more difficult, since you can just say yes or no.
I think, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
All right. And Lauren has her hand up.
Lauren Ancona from GSA. Wanted to ask if you have any sort of operational service blueprints, service maps that you utilize to communicate about the system with stakeholders, service diagrams, flow diagrams, or task modeling, anything like that that you use. I was just kind of thinking, with relationship to logistics and things like that, where the printers are, right? Having a map of how someone flows through the system would be useful also for me, even to understand while we're talking about this here. And I know that that's like, there are different levels at which you can generate artifacts like that, and so I'm sort of speaking at the highest level, but I'm curious if you have those assets, and if those are something that we have could refer to when having conversations like this. Maybe.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lauren. And then I'm going to ask Scott to join in, or William. Yes, we do have a GitHub site, and we do have a lot of materials on the web. and it's mainly based on the sort of building out from that JSON submission of the manifest data from the receiving facility up into eManifest. We also have some general diagrams, but I understand where you're talking about and what you're talking about when it comes to just sort of giving people a more sort of a map, like just to sort of
Like
see
a
how
concrete,
how things are
yeah.
walking. Scott, do you want to talk about more some of the artifacts? I got to go on mute for a second.
Yeah, sure. So Lauren, you were about to say something before I was.
I was just gonna reaffirm like a concrete reference point, you know, so that like, you know, we don't even have to like reaffirm all the same variables that we're talking about in a given scenario. You know, we're all sort of looking at the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Yeah. So on GitHub, we do have our process flowcharts. So those are available. Obviously, we have other stuff too, like our schema documentation, all that fun stuff. But we do have that, and then internally we do have some that we use just to kind of go through. But not all of those get released because they're just for helping us, make the code. So we're just like, all right, this is what we have to do. This is what we have to make sure. And then usual like our Jira type stuff. We do publish a lot of our Jira ticket stuff publicly. But yeah, how to get that to you? I'll talk with Fred.
So I know the next slide, which I don't know if we're ready to go to the next slide, has a lot of links on it. I don't know if any of those links would be helpful in answer to Lauren's question.
Can we, I'm gonna, and this is to the eManifest team. Would you all be able to take time after the meeting to kind of gather up information for to answer the question, and then we could spend some time tomorrow. First thing tomorrow morning will be open up addressing that question. Any other question? There's another question I was asked early that I think Steve had thought the team should be confer about. So does that sound reasonable? So we want to make sure that the board gets everything they need prior to the public comment period opening. Does that sound clear to everybody? Reasonable?
Yes. Yeah, it's public. I just don't know. Fred said I can't use the chat, so I would just drop the link in the chat. Since I can't do that, I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, there's
it's in the repo right there. Yeah, and it's in reference.
Last line on this page should take me to what you described.
Exactly, and if you click on reference, you'll see the process flowcharts folder. Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, and you can send it. If you send it to me, email to Scott, I'll make sure the whole committee.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, send it to me, email. That way, I'll make it a part of the record. That way.
Thanks.
And I would like to have the VSQG BR question from Jackie, that she said this is one of those BR expert questions that nobody on the team really wants to answer without confirming with the BR folks. So just if you can come back on real quick, and just so I can make sure that you can restate your question to make sure, and I can write it down to make sure we can confer, and then tomorrow I believe Fred would be okay to, because we've done this before where it's a question.
Yeah. We can wrap up any final questions like that in the morning before the public comment period.
But hopefully, Jackie, you have remembered your question as it got away.
Yeah, I think the question you're talking about was so for the WR integration, for very small quantity generator data would have to be supplemented into the information that's already populated from large quantity and small quantity generators who are using eManifest. So how would a TSDF or receiving facility know what information is missed? Would there be a clean way of noticing that, just because generator status isn't something that's flagged on a manifest? And perhaps during the discussion, my friends at WM and Heritage will have some good feedback on that, but just a question.
So this is Brian Gross. Can you clarify when you say how would, I'm sort of somewhat confused about your question, how would a receiving facility know what information is missed? Are you saying that the squeegee information being missed? Just want to clarify that.
Yes. How would they know the scope of what needs to be supplemented and that isn't already being accounted for?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think the EPA team is trying to note down that question so they can confer overnight and bring some thoughts back in answer to that question in the morning. Steve and others, did you get the question clarified well enough for you to work on that overnight? Any more clarity that you need in understanding the question?
As clear as any question about RCRA can be. This is, I believe we have a good hold on how would a TSDF know what or how much VSQ waste they are receiving, given that's, there's no ID number.
All right.
Other than look for everything that doesn't have an ID number.
Jackie gave the okay symbol, so I think she's verifying you got the question. Okay, so you have the question on that, and then we will also share additional tools in the morning in answer to Lauren's question. I don't see any other hands. Does the board have any other clarifying questions? If not, Carolyn says slowly as people think to see if they have any more questions. Okay, if not, I will turn it over to Fred to give us some closing instructions, as that is the end of the presentation for today.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for an extremely productive day one of this Federal Advisory Committee meeting. So today wrapped up EPA's presentations. Tomorrow morning, as discussed, we'll open up to finalize any last questions that the board may have as a result of all the information they received today. Thank you to everyone, the EPA, eManifest team, for putting together this presentation. I know a lot of hard work happened before the meeting to put this all together. And the board, you did a great job exercising them today with your questions. Great job. So after tomorrow morning, when we close up on any final questions that the board may have, we're going to go right into our public comment period. Right now, the oral public comment period is scheduled to begin roughly approximately around 10:15. It's hard to say exactly if we're going to hit that time mark, given we had to, wrap up tomorrow, but I think we'll roughly be there close. So this notice to those who are signed up to provide oral public comment, please be sure that you attend the meeting right on time at 10 a.m. You show up on time, and please stay on because we don't want you to miss your opportunity to provide oral public comment for those who signed up. Because once the oral public comment period closes, you won't have any more opportunity to provide public comment, written or orally, after the period closes, because the board is going to go right directly into their deliberation of the charge questions. And I'm going to ask the board again, can we please do a pre-meet at 9:30 tomorrow morning, just so I can, go over some reminder follow-up logistics to make sure everything goes smoothly for tomorrow. Any questions for me before we close out for today? Okay, no questions. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Thank you for the public for joining us and register to attend, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
We are officially